Okay, everybody, we've got a tornado warning that was just issued here in eastern Arkansas near a cotton plant. It includes McCrory. I'll go over that information with you in just 1 second if you'll give me just a moment to get everything set up. We have some other severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Things are, it appears, starting to really kick off. It shows that I'm not online streaming. Oh, it's up now. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and get started here. So we've got a tornado warning here. So we have a tornado warning here in Woodruff County, and it is for this little sprout storm that we were kind of talking about earlier. I told you guys earlier that if we had a storm or two that would pop off here in eastern Arkansas by itself, away from the main line. The main line's back here. We've got a storm down here in South Arkansas near El Dorado. We've got some sprouts near Arkadelphia, some near Pine Bluff. This is very concerning, folks. Seeing these sprouts, if these are able to mature, sustain, and turn into supercells, the tornado risk will be fairly high. The only thing is sometimes these kind of sprout and evolve, but they don't do anything. They kind of just die off. Like, you need that storm to be able to mature and eventually produce. And this storm kind of has that look, but I will say, though, it's losing some of its lightning. There is a tornado warning for it, so it does include, if you live in McCrory, you need to be sheltered. If you live east of Augusta or in Augusta, you need to be sheltered. If you live, I don't remember what that highway is south out of McCrory going to Cotton Plant. It's been a minute since I've driven that. If you live anywhere along the highway that goes south out of McCrory to Cotton Plant, you need to be sheltered as well because you have a circulation that's moving north towards your location right here. So it might not look like much on radar, but I think I have Storm Chaser, Zach Hardcastle. I'm almost certain that he is on this storm. So we will look at his stream if it's up and see what it looks like. So it looks like he's driving south towards that storm. Doesn't have the greatest look at it, but I'll keep an eye on that stream and pulled up as needed. But if you're in McCrory, you need to be sheltered. I do want to look at the enhanced echo tops here. It's kind of an old scan. This storm really went up quick and earlier had some pretty stout tops on it. You can tell the storm was really growing. But then the last reflectivity scan, I'm not so sure that this storm is still in a strengthening phase. With that being said, though, if you're in McCrory, be sheltered. There's a tornado warning polygon that does include you. We've got numerous tornado warnings off to the east, just east of our location here. So east of the Mississippi River in western Tennessee. And then we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings across the region. We have 2 here in Arkansas, one near Glenwood and one near Heber Springs, along with flash flood warnings that expand pretty much all the way down the line. We're kind of getting inundated with rainfall. And then we've got a severe thunderstorm in far southern Arkansas that is entering Union County, and this is likely warned for hail potential, and that's approaching strong as of 4:17 p.m. I will probably, if this warning is canceled, remain live for a little while and just kind of go over how things are evolving. I want to watch Zach's stream for a second and see. I don't see anything on his stream. See anything visually, that is, as far as a tornado goes, or wall cloud. But he still might have some distance from him and the storm. if you live in central Arkansas, the action is getting closer and closer to you. You've been kind of waiting all day. If you live in Little Rock or near Little Rock, if you live in Benton, if you live in Bryant, you've got a lot of activity off to your west and southwest now that's approaching your location. We also need to watch this activity that's sprouting to the southwest of Little Rock here. It's kind of on its own. Obviously it could get ingested into the main line, but if this is able to kind of remain isolated, we have another pot near Stuttgart. This right here. That needs to be watched closely. We've got a lot going on right now. We only have one tornado warning in the state, and this is the tornado warning here in Woodruff County. But I'm not so sure that this storm... Not so sure that this storm is producing a tornado at this time. They've trimmed the warning down to just include McCrory. So if you're in Augusta, you're good to go. I am so sorry for sneezing. It only includes McCrory at this time. So if you live in Augusta, you're good to go. But if you live in or around McCrory, you should probably remain sheltered here. Sorry guys, my audio keeps coming in and out. So I'm going to pull Zach's stream up and show you guys what they're looking at. They're looking at the at this storm, the tornado warning storm in Woodruff County. I'm going to call Zach real quick and see if I can get a live report from him.
Hello?
Zach, I've got you live on stream here. It looks like you're looking at our cotton plant storm, Woodruff County.
Yeah.
What are you seeing visually from this storm? We've got your stream pulled up. It's a great view, but what are you seeing?
Honestly, not much. It's an anticyclonic rotation. Which,
Right.
Would honestly be on the weaker side. But I don't see any protrusions. I don't see any funnels. I don't see really anything.
Okay.
Not yet. I'm probably fixing to head further west.
Okay.
Here in a second.
Yeah, it's honestly looking at it, it almost looks like on radar, it looks like it flared up real quick and now it's going through a phase. Maybe it's splitting, but definitely looks like it's on the struggle bus for the time being. I noticed they trimmed the warning down to just include McCrory. It kind of looks like it's just drifting north. So
Yeah, I'm so confused right now.
well, it's one of those things. I think we're kind of in the middle of everything where we've got a strong line of storms to the west. We've got, these sprouts out in eastern Arkansas, southern Arkansas. So it doesn't take much on a day like today. But
Oh yeah, definitely not. This one could grow upscale too, but we'll see what happens.
well, it's a great view. You can see on that far right side, you can see the rain curtains. That's kind of a neat look to the storm. But as you said, it's kind of the same for us looking at it. It doesn't look like we're seeing a whole lot of much in the storm as far as tornadoes go. So
Yeah.
but okay, well, we appreciate your live report. We're gonna keep watching your feed, and if anything crazy comes up, we'll probably call you back and pull the stream back up. All right?
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Zach. Is it just you today?
Yes, it's just me today.
All right, man. Thanks, Zach. See ya. Be safe. So that was Zach Hardcastle, his buddy of mine, storm chaser, and he is on the storm in Woodruff County that has a tornado warning on it. I would be surprised if they don't cancel this soon because it looks like this storm is really struggling right now. We just saw it together looking at that. It didn't look like it's doing much of anything right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm here in Clinton. This includes places like Concord. Eventually it will include Batesville as well, Mountain View. And this is a stronger storm. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And like I said earlier, we have flash flood warnings from North Arkansas, from Mountain Home, well down to southwest Arkansas, all the way to Mena. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here to the southwest of Hot Springs, near Glenwood, Mount Ida, Norman. Hail possible in that storm. So we'll watch that one close. And then we've got quite a bit of activity. They canceled the tornado warning in Woodruff County, kind of what we thought. We've got all kinds of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings to the east in Mississippi and Tennessee. That's kind of that open warm sector development. And then we have some development across central Arkansas. We have some across south Arkansas near El Dorado and Crossett. So we'll have to watch that as well. There is also a tornado warning just north of Arkansas near West Plains, Missouri, but that does not include the state of Arkansas at this time. Just to kind of give you guys a little bit of an update, I do think that the wind profiles with time, it's 4:23 p.m. So we've got a large mass of storms here that's going to continue off to the east. Okay, this is going to continue off to the east. The main blob here is what I want to call it. All right. The blob of storms will pose its own risk in the form of flooding, strong winds, heavy rainfall, embedded circulations. We could have tornado warnings out of it, hail at times. But in my opinion, unless things change with this quickly and it kind of gets its act together, the tornado risk is not as high. Okay, switching gears for a second. This open warm sector development, here, some of this here, down to here. This stuff, it's like, that's the stuff that we really need to watch for as far as the significant tornado risk. It's almost 4:30. So from now through around 8 p.m., I feel like is our window, because eventually the blob is going to move east. And if the wind profiles don't help that blob out, I feel like we could look at more of just a significant thunderstorm risk where we have strong winds, heavy rainfall, flooding. Not trying to downplay the severe weather concern there, but when we're talking high-end extreme, these high-end tornado parameters, we're kind of seeing it here in Mississippi and Tennessee, where the warm sector development, where these supercells are kind of out by themselves, this is a problem, guys. Like when these storms are out here by themselves and are able to get their act together, really have to watch that. That's where tornadoes really come into view. But we have some of that here too. There's one near Wynn. There's one here just northeast of Pine Bluff. So we're kind of in a holding pattern. And I'm not real sure what's going to happen, to be honest with you. It's kind of a wild card at this time. Unfortunately, it only takes one. If we have one storm go up and go crazy, it could really change the day entirely. We've had a couple of tornado warnings. We've had quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings. If you live west of this line, so if you live west of this line up in Fort Smith and northwest Arkansas, your severe weather risk was pretty low today anyways, and you're done for the day. So if you live in Fort Smith, up 49 in northwest Arkansas, you're good to go. In all honesty, if you live west of the blob, that doesn't mean you won't have storms, but if you live west of this line, you're likely dealing with thunderstorms now, but the threat for significant severe weather is dwindling down as thunderstorms pass through your area. The highest severe weather risk area is this area, and it's kind of yet to be touched. These little sprouts don't do much, no significant convection. So that is kind of where we're sitting as of 4:30 p.m. It's 4:26 now, approaching the 4:30 hour. Sorry guys, just checking reports. I'm worn out too. Northeast Arkansas. Yeah, Northeast Arkansas is in a severe weather threat today. It's a pretty high risk, especially if we have severe weather, like mature storms, supercells. Anything for Little Rock? Yeah, there's plenty of storms to your west now that'll move into Little Rock. Batesville area? Any news there with it coming close? Yeah, so looking at Batesville, obviously you have some severe thunderstorms off to your west. If you're in Batesville, Heber Springs, Cave City, Newark, you've got storms off to your west now that will eventually impact you over the next hour. These storms are moving pretty quick. So, yeah, so in Conway, you've got storms also to your west. If there's storms to your west, they're eventually going to impact you. So, kind of like we just talked about, you know, if you live east of this line, so if you live over here, Searcy, Little Rock, Conway, Arkadelphia, Hot Springs, Pine Bluff, Helena, West Helena, Jonesboro, Paragould, you are going to likely experience thunderstorms this afternoon and this evening because this big blob of nasty is going to continue east. The motion of this system is easterly, so this is going to continue to float to the east. A lot of whatabouts in the comments, guys. It's all kind of the same now. We're kind of getting to that point where this, excuse me, this part of the state, you know, if you live in central, south central, eastern, watching southwest Arkansas too, but like eastern Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, if you live anywhere in the regions I just said, your severe weather risk is quite a bit higher today, especially if we can get some supercells to form. This main line, I'm not sold on this main line of storms being a prolific tornado producer, but it certainly could still be significant in the form of significant winds, heavy rainfall, flooding, and tornadoes too. It looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that does actually include Conway. So Conway, Morrilton, Perryville, Greenbrier, and Valonia. It's a pretty large warning that extends out, and it's for this complex here. Lots of lightning, heavy rainfall, strong wind gust. The National Weather Service is suggesting that 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible with this storm. It's moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So it's moving quick. If you live in Conway, Morrilton, if you're about to drive down I-40 from Little Rock, let's say you're going to Russellville or Atkins or Morrilton, you're likely going to encounter those storms as they travel from west to east. Not fun to drive through. And then we just talked about this. We have the severe thunderstorm here that's moving up towards Batesville now. And some of you guys aren't getting a whole lot. You know, we have areas back here on the backside. It's probably just sprinkling, raining a little bit. No big deal. The backside of the storms as they pass through, which is great. You know, once these storms move east of you, enjoy your break. We've got more severe weather tomorrow chances, Friday, Saturday. So we'll just take victories as we go. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm down here near El Dorado. This storm appears to be struggling. Based off of the reflectivity, I'm not sure that this is doing a whole lot. But with that being said, it looks like it might have produced some hail there in northern Louisiana as it crossed over the Arkansas border near Strong. So we'll watch that one. But whenever I say that we're in kind of a holding pattern and that the concern is high for severe weather in this area, I mean it. I know they don't look like much, but these little sprouts. You've got stuff here. This might be ingested by the main line. You've got these down here. This near wind. I mean, any one of these little sprouts could, with time, grow, mature, and cause us some problems. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. We've been lucky so far. A couple of them have tried. One of them even sparked a tornado warning in Woodruff County. That's why I came back on the live video. Need to talk about the severe warning down near Hot Springs as well. We also have a severe thunderstorm here that's approaching Garland County. Storm there just north of Glenwood. Looks like there's a hail core southeast of Mount Ida between that and Glenwood, and that's moving off to the northeast near Mountain Pine, Rockwell, Hot Springs, and Lake Hamilton. Probably moving pretty quick. So I have to watch these storms here too, guys. These right here. Just southwest of Little Rock. This activity is getting pretty close to Little Rock. It's almost go time. And that warning to the north, by the way, goes all the way up to Quitman. They issued it all the way up to Quitman and includes Greenbrier, Holland, Valonia, Conway. So if you're going up Highway 65, it includes you, Guy, Quitman. Not quite to Rosebud, but eventually it'll probably include Rosebud as well. Perryville, Perry, Apello, Morrilton, and Bigelow, you're all included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Megan, I'm not sure if the risk areas will survive that late into South Arkansas, but we'll see. It is 4:33 p.m. and unfortunately, I feel like we're kind of trending in a bad direction as far as the warm sector development goes. Looking at the radar right now, we've got multiple open warm sector, and whenever I say open warm sector, I'm talking about unforced, like the cold front style storms, the long line. We've got, I just talked about it, but these here, this here, this here, this here, down here, so on. The next couple of hours will be very telling on if those storms are able to mature. It might not even be the next couple hours. It might be pretty soon. If any one of those storms are able to mature, turn into supercells, and maintain themselves, the tornado risk is pretty high today. So, some models hinted at this, some models didn't. Is it performing weaker than expected so far? No, we're really just getting started. The highest severe weather risk is across central and eastern Arkansas, so storms really haven't made it yet. I'll answer that question here in a few hours. We'll have an answer for that in a few hours, because once these storms get to Little Rock, and we have these developing storms east of Little Rock, once we know kind of how these evolve, we'll have a pretty good sign. The severe weather risk today in western Arkansas was fairly low. So, and we've had a couple of tornado warnings up in North Arkansas. Not a whole lot in western Arkansas from Fort Smith up to, Springdale, Fayetteville, Bentonville, but the severe weather risk in that part of the state was fairly low. Just to remind everybody, this is our risk for the day. This is our severe weather risk. You can see it's been shaved off completely in northwest Arkansas, pretty much in west central, northwest Arkansas, parts of northern Arkansas. The focus hasn't changed. Storms are right here, the main line. We've got open warm sector development here, where the greatest concern is for tornadoes. Level 5 of 5, high risk. The reason for the high risk is kind of what we just talked about. If any open warm sector storms are able to develop, mature, the tornado risk could be quite high. And that's why they've went with the higher confidence, the high risk. That extends up into Mississippi, Tennessee, southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky. Kind of, they're in the same boat as us. We're pretty much just waiting to see one of these go. Lacey, I think the biggest concern for tomorrow afternoon, Thursday, for those of you who don't know, we have a severe weather risk. We can touch on that while we don't have any tornado warnings. For those of you who haven't been watching today, obviously if we have tornado warnings, we've got to go back to the radar, but I'm not going to get a lot of chances to talk about this because of the severe weather today, but we have severe weather chances again tomorrow, so Thursday. This should not be confused with today. This is for Thursday, April 3rd, 2025. Another risk for significant severe weather. I wouldn't be surprised if this is upgraded. I think the tornado risk could be high again tomorrow, especially areas along and south of I-40, parts of eastern Arkansas. I think the risk is a little bit less in northwest Arkansas, western Arkansas, north of the front. I think south of the warm front, Texarkana, Arkadelphia, Hot Springs, Pine Bluff, Little Rock, that part of the state, the tornado risk will be much higher. And then we have another substantial risk for severe weather on Friday. Once again, another enhanced level 3 of 5 severe weather risk on Friday. I haven't looked at Friday much, guys. I've been so swept up by Wednesday. I'm really just now starting to dig into Thursday when I can. So Friday looks like another one of those days we're going to have to watch real close. Don't know the details as much with this one, but we'll get to it later. And then we have another chance for significant severe weather on Saturday. This one doesn't include as much of the state, but it still includes over half of it, from pretty much from Little Rock, Arkadelphia, Conway, Jonesboro, south, with an emphasis in southeast Arkansas. So we have severe weather chances today. We've had plenty of severe weather today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then on Sunday, I think we get a break. Lord knows we'll need it. After the next few days, I think we'll all need just a huge break. Yeah, not fun. Yeah, the burn bans will definitely be lifted. That is no joke. Just looking at some models real quick, guys. Kind of trying to get an idea of what the atmosphere is like right now in the short term. There's nothing going on in Woodruff County right now. You had a tornado warning earlier, but that's expired. These storms here, I feel like, are the most concerning short term. The one near Traskwood, Haskell, East End. There's another storm near Benton here. These two, Bryant just texted me about it. They have the look of future problem makers if they don't get swept up in the line behind them. We also, too, the storm near Hazen as well, it's still young, but this storm kind of has that look too. Kind of like a little bit of a bean shape to it. A lot of times when supercells are in their real premature stage, they'll have that bean look, and you can see this is a little bit more pronounced with these. Perhaps the storm near Traskwood has a little bit more longevity, a little bit more potential in the long run, but so pretty much all these storms have an easterly, northeasterly component to it. If you're asking about the motion, the path. So I'm going to go ahead and go back over the severe thunderstorm warnings. and kind of touch on that and what we do have. Strong storms up by like Cherokee Village and Horseshoe Bend, but right now there's no severe thunderstorm warnings up there. It's probably just noisy. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that does include Batesville, or parts of Batesville at least, Cushman, Mount Pleasant, Concord, areas that were just hit by tornadoes a few weeks ago. So I know that right now it's not fun to see a line of storms headed your way, but there is no tornado warnings right now, so that's good. Hopefully it stays that way. But definitely some wind possible with this, heavy rainfall, and a lot of lightning. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is for Guy, Greenbrier, Conway, Menifee, Damascus, Quitman, Holland, Valonia. So a large severe thunderstorm warning there. That'll pass through like Perryville, Perry, Apollo, and Morrilton. Strong winds are possible with that. And then another severe thunderstorm warning here that's entering western sections of Garland County. So Mountain Pine, Rockwell, you're included. Stronger winds are possible there too. Maybe some smaller hail. The radar's really starting to fill in. The radar is really starting to fill in with activity. We've got the main line to the west, along with some warm sector development. And just a reminder, the highest severe weather risk today is in this part of the state. So we're kind of approaching those, those hours here. We're getting closer and closer to 5, where it's kind of do or die time for these severe weather potential. I've said for a couple of days now, based off model data and just my thoughts in general, that I felt like western Arkansas would have thunderstorms, which you have, but that once storms hit Little Rock and go east, the severe weather risk could increase substantially, and it could increase fast. The thermodynamics, I think, are a little bit better. The wind profiles are better. Just the overall atmosphere in general is more supportive for tornadoes, possibly significant tornadoes, east of Little Rock. And that's why there's a high risk today, a level 5 of 5. Someone said they heard thunder and BB. Are we okay? You're okay for now, but you have a lot of storms to your west that's heading your way. Hey, do or die time. I don't mean it literally like that. I'm just saying, we'll see what happens with these storms. Dylan, no, I don't think so. These prefrontal storms are so small that, they might have like localized impacts, very localized, but this big line of storms obviously does. When it moves through, the atmosphere is cooked. It settles everything down, which is great. But no, these little sprout storms, they're not going to do anything to destroy the atmosphere, in my opinion. Is Greenwood expecting more severe weather tonight? No, not tonight. I don't think so. I haven't looked at high-res model through the overnight, but tomorrow we could have more storms tomorrow. Malvern, tornado-wise. You do have a tornado risk in Malvern. You've got storms to your west, but right now, no imminent tornado issues or anything like that. Is Garland County okay? Maybe you don't have any tornado warnings, but you're under severe thunderstorm warning. A large part of Garland County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Fountain Lake and Hot Springs Village are, not included, but someone said, can you check on wind? I can. Yep. I know my wind people are really nervous today. Wind got hit by a very strong tornado a few years ago. Zach, can you not draw a circle? Like, what are you doing? There's wind. So for my wind people, there's nothing going on right now. You've got a lot of storms to your west and to your south that we've got to watch close, but nothing for now. Let's hope it stays that way. Clinton's good. I mean, it's storming in Clinton, but the worst of it is beginning to move off to the east. Do you cover Texarkana? I cover the entire state, all 75 counties. So I don't think there's a whole lot going on in Texarkana right now as far as severe weather goes. There's no warnings. We do have some thunderstorm activity in this region. But Texarkana, for the most part, is not really getting anything right now. But yeah, no, I cover the entire state. Southwest Arkansas, Southwest Arkansas has a severe weather risk today. So watching that close. But for now, no concerns in the immediate time frame. So that's good. Mountain Home's good. Yeah, Mountain Home had some problems earlier, but for now, it's just raining there. Storms. Yeah, so the cells, somebody asked about the cells near the Metro of Little Rock. Yeah, I'm really watching these close. This storm near Traskwood is kind of making me nervous. I'm hoping that this thing will kind of behave. It's close to the main line of storms, but if this thing is able to kind of maybe even make a right turn and start to progress a little bit, we could have some problems out of it. I'm also watching the storm near Hazen close. This is another storm that needs to be watched real close. Another bean, that's what we call them, these little baby supercells that trying to form and mature. And we've got some up near Jonesboro. We've got some down here near Warren. This is concerning. We'll have to watch that one close. So I'm getting so many comments right now. I'm not trying to skip anybody, but guys, I'm just not going to be able to get to all these. We have had tornado warnings. Yeah, we've had a few. Did you say anything about Conway? I didn't, but you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. You've got storms moving from your west now. So strong storms are inbound to Conway. What software? I'm using Radar Scope. Batesville? Yeah, Batesville's under a severe thunderstorm warning. You've got a strong storm just to your west here that we're watching. So Batesville's kind of like right on the line. Unfortunately, a stronger storm there to your west that we're going to have to watch real close. So someone asked if all these blips can develop into supercells. Technically, I guess, but I would think it's possible if something does happen that a few of them might. Hopefully they don't all develop into supercells, but a few of them might, yes. Obviously, you're going to be fine, I promise. You're not going to die. What time should Pleasant Plains worry or expect the storm? Well, if you're in Pleasant Plains, that's in Independence County, so Pleasant Plains is here just southeast of Batesville. I think it's just southeast of Batesville, or just south of Batesville. You've got thunderstorms to your west now. You're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but you do have strong storms to your north. But you have plenty of activity to your southwest headed your way. How's Searcy looking? Well, that's right there. White County, you've got a lot of thunderstorm action to your southwest. So it's going to be there soon. Yeah, if you're in Ozark, you're good to go. So once the storms pass you tonight, the main line here, guys, this main line, once it passes you, you should be good to go for the rest of the night. But then we have a severe weather risk tomorrow, and then again on Friday, and then again on Saturday. Mark Tree, so you're in eastern Arkansas. The severe weather risk is pretty high today, but the storms haven't made it to you yet. But is there a tornado or just storms? Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. We did earlier. We just have severe thunderstorm warnings for the time being. So. Yeah, the tornado warning earlier was near Yellville, but not anymore. Stephanie is asking about Jonesboro. The next few hours. It's almost 5 now, so within the next 3 hours, storms are going to make it to your location. So the line kind of has like a northeasterly movement to it. You can see the action looks like it's lifting to the northeast, but the actual system itself has an easterly component to it. So all the activity will move east-northeast with time. Candace, there's no warnings in wind or anything. You're good for now. Somebody said, will we get it in England? Storms? Yes, you will get storms in England. They're kind of all around you right now. England's right here, southeast of Little Rock. But yes, eventually it will storm in England. What about Little Rock? Definitely going to get storms in Little Rock. It's storming now in Little Rock. Watching the cells around Little Rock too, that storm to the south is certainly concerning, but we'll see how that goes. See if it's able to mature. I just got a photo of the storm near Hazen, this little baby supercell. I'll pull it up on Twitter and show you what storm I'm talking about. From Cody Holmes. Been watching the Hazen storm for quite a while now. And this is that storm. He tagged me and James Bryan in it on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. This is the Hazen storm, so certainly looks like it's attempting to mature. Obviously still premature, not fully developed. But this is near Hazen. This part of the state has a higher tornado risk today, so this is certainly a storm we'll have to watch closely for maturing here over the next hour or so. Thanks to Cody Holmes for that picture. He tagged me on Twitter. Near Duval's Bluff, Hazen, Fredonia. That's just one of the little blips that we're watching. Looks like they went ahead and issued the severe thunderstorm warning, too, on this storm to the south. This is another one we're going to have to watch real close. This little baby supercell just north of Warren, Star City. I'll go over the county information with you guys on this. So the counties included is Arkansas, Cleveland, Drew, Jefferson, and Lincoln County. And that goes until 5:30 p.m. And the National Weather Service has stated that a severe thunderstorm was located near Herbine, or 10 miles north of Warren, moving northeast at 60. So it's moving quick. So if you're in Grady, if you're in Star City, if you're in Gould, certainly need to be paying close attention to the storm to your southwest. This thing has quite the hook on it, too. Already looks like it's trying to rotate as well. You can see a clear and defined hook echo in here, inflow notch. This is a supercell. It's got a hell core on it. Star City needs to watch this close. Gould and Grady needs to watch this one close. I feel like as it stands right now, this one in the Hazen storm, we'll see what that Hazen storm does. It looks like it's still trying to struggle a little bit. Might be our most concerning warm sector supercell. Yeah, I mean, this thing has got 52,000 foot tops on it. That's a mature storm. Wow. Okay. Well, folks, here we go. This might be the one that we have to watch here in the short term for big problems. We'll see how it matures. I have people commenting on my live videos from early this morning. So if you live in Monticello, so if you live down in Drew County, the severe thunderstorm warning includes in northern sections of Drew, but does not include Monticello. It only includes regions of Lincoln County and then eventually up to parts of far southeastern Jefferson County. Doesn't quite get to Arkansas County. But an early heads up for Star City, Gould, Grady, and eventually maybe Gillette, DeWitt, the Myra, depending on the track of this one. As it stands, it's 4:55. If this storm is able to... We've had a few of these storms do this today where they kind of flare up and they look like they're going to start turning into supercells and rotate and then they kind of just diminish. As it stands, this one might be our biggest concern in the short term. It's almost 5 o'clock. Obviously, I mean, guys, we've got a lot of storms here moving towards Little Rock. I'm not trying to diminish that, but we've got this one and we've got this one up near Hazen. These storms still look like they're trying to figure out what they want to do, where this one seems like it has a little bit more maturity to it. Let me check and see if I've got any social media reports on this one. Yes, there's still a tornado watch in central Arkansas. Yep. Folks, we need to watch this storm coming into Little Rock, too. This storm right here? Yeah. Daggum, man. So they went ahead and issued the severe thunderstorm warning for this. So my Little Rock people, listen up. Okay, Benton, Bryant, you're included in this. So Saline County, Alexander, Salem, not Fulton County, Salem. The other Salem down here in Saline. East End, this includes Sweet Home, Little Rock, Sherwood, Jacksonville. It goes all the way up to Cabot, Ward. We need to watch this storm real close. Folks, this is coming into Little Rock now. This storm's moving fast, too. This storm's moving at 60 miles an hour. So I feel like there's a tornado risk with this maybe in the short term. There's no tornado warning right now in Little Rock, so none in Pulaski County. We'll see if that changes soon. But this storm, as you can tell, we just talked about it about 15 minutes ago, how we needed to watch that one to see how it would evolve, and it appears to be strengthening. So I have a feeling we are about to get really busy. Somebody wants to clip that 5 p.m. We'll revisit that at 9 o'clock tonight. Zyron, you're going to get storms in Jonesboro tonight. Yeah, I'd be surprised if you didn't. Hot Springs is getting stormed on pretty bad right now. So, guys, just looking at things from a broad view, I do want to touch on the severe thunderstorm warning to the north again. This area has been hit very hard with tornadoes lately. So, Cushman, Cave City, Sydney, Mount Pleasant, Lynn, Strawberry, Evening Shade, Batesville, Newark. So parts of Sharp. What am I thinking? Parts of Sharp, parts of Lawrence, Independence County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, lots of heavy rain, lightning. I have to watch that real close, okay? So we've covered that. My Cave City people, my Batesville people, Cushman. Guys, I know it looks just like a bucket of spilled paint on the radar, but we've got a lot of storms that go all the way down to Nashville. Hot Springs, Danville, Conway. We've got two of the more concerning storms. We've got one near Brinkley and one down here near Star City. They're just north of Warren. These are supercells trying to develop, okay? And these supercells, if they're able to develop and mature, could produce tornadoes, possibly significant tornadoes. So we'll have to watch those closely. We also have a severe thunderstorm moving into Little Rock now. It's tracking up to the east-northeast. There's no tornado warning on it. But kind of too close for comfort, honestly. This is developing similar to that storm that we had in March of 2023. It's not the same situation. It's not the same storm, but like anytime you have those storms southwest of Little Rock that kind of drift up to the east-northeast, it kind of makes me a little nervous. But it's moving through Little Rock now, and it's probably noisy. There's a lot of lightning. There's nothing in Brinkley right now. You've got storms all around you, but there's no warnings or anything for Brinkley. It's still to the east, so still have some time. Absolutely, Ashley. Thank you for following and trusting. I appreciate it. But as of 5 p.m., on the dot, no tornado warnings in Arkansas. I consider that a victory. I doubt it lasts. But we'll take it. If you live in West Memphis, you're going to get storms later. Yeah. If you live east of Little Rock, expect storms this evening. Anyone living east, south, east, northeast of Little Rock, you're going to observe thunderstorms at some point through the next several hours. Some of which could be strong to severe. Yeah, severe weather risk could be substantial tomorrow too. So, I didn't even know we'd have storms today. Chloe, you've got to follow me on Facebook. I've been posting about this for a week now. It's all good. What time should it be in Osceola? I would say within the next 3 or 4 hours. Malvern, I would consider Malvern Central Arkansas. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. Somebody asked if they think the storm near Star City could eventually impact Stuttgart. I think it would miss you to the east, but we'll see. That's still a young storm. It's got a lot of growing to do. We'll revisit that with time. That storm's concerning. This one down here. I don't know, Chloe. I don't know how you missed it. So Newport. Somebody asked about Newport, which is here in Jackson County. There's nothing in Newport right now, but you do have strong storms to your northwest and your southwest. So you're going to eventually have thunderstorm activity soon. There's nothing in Woodruff County right now of concern. We have these developing storms here, but no severe warnings, no tornado warnings. We'll revisit if necessary. These here are still trying to kind of get their act together. I'm not real sure what these are doing. Looks like the storm over Little Rock. If you'll notice here, we had two storms earlier. Looks like we have two storms merging here. Little Rock and then the storm near Maumelle looks like they're merging. So that's something to watch. Sometimes when you have storm mergers, big things happen right after that. White County, you've got storms. We have storms in White County right now, and you've got more storms from the southwest moving your way. As a matter of fact, they just issued out that severe thunderstorm warning across the whole region. It's one of those days where pretty much when storms move in, you can almost guarantee that you're going to have severe thunderstorms. So strong winds, perhaps hail, lots of rain, lots of lightning, and maybe a tornado. We haven't had a whole lot of tornado issues today. But I fear that that's going to change soon with the way things are developing here in eastern Arkansas. I don't know what to think about this Star City storm. It's got a lot of potential. Tops of around 52,000 feet, which tells me it's a fairly mature supercell. It might not look very daunting on radar because it's smaller in size. But this storm is most certainly rotating here just southwest of Star City. Star City, you're not under a tornado warning. But I would watch this storm real close. You can see the rotation here. This is the circulation I'm talking about. Star City's right here. If you're watching this and you live in Star City, if you live near Star City, just know that a strong thunderstorm with strong winds could be moving in soon. I don't know if the National Weather Service referenced this as... So the National Weather Service referenced this as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is a destructive storm for Lincoln County. Baseball-sized hail is possible, along with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. And no tornado possible tag on it, but I would argue that that's changing. The highest tornado threat is in this area right here. I know that we've got storms moving into Little Rock and White County and Independence County, but like in the not long range, because it's not really long range, but in the short term, here over the next couple of hours, I feel like that's going to be our problem window where I just circled. And this might be our first, if it can sustain itself. It looks like it's trying. You see this comma head? I'm really surprised the National Weather Service hasn't warned this storm. Maybe they're wanting to see a little bit more out of it. Anytime you see a lot of lightning, guys, in the mesocyclone like this, right on top of the circulation, just from my experience, storm chasing and being out in the field, an uptick in lightning can mean that a thunderstorm is going through rapid strengthening. And sometimes a precursor to tornadogenesis as well. So seeing that along with the circulation, it's by itself. You know, if it ingests the shower to the southwest, if it ingests the shower to the southwest, it could make that storm go crazy or it could kill it. But I'm a little surprised that doesn't have a tornado warning on it yet. We did have a storm merger go through Little Rock. You can see these two storms meeting right here. I mean, visually, you can literally see it. Passing over the Little Rock radar site right now. We'll see how that evolves downstream. But it's storming like crazy in Little Rock right now, guys. Heavy rain, lightning, maybe some hail, strong winds. And that's going to continue off to the east-northeast towards Jacksonville, Sherwood, and areas points east and north. I'm going to check and see if I have any reports real quick, guys. Don't have anything. Don't really have an update for Jonesboro right now. We don't have any storms moving in just yet. You've got storms to the west here, but nothing imminent in Jonesboro, Paragould. Yeah, if you're in Mountain Home, you should be pretty good to go. Mountain Home is up here in North Arkansas. Bulk of the activities to your east now. You should be good. Sirens going off in Sherwood. I don't know why the sirens would be going off. There's no tornado warning, so not sure. Unless that's something that Pulaski County does just every time you guys have a thunderstorm or something that I don't know about. Once again, I want to reiterate, if you're in Star City, you've got a strong storm overhead right now. Might be hailing in Star City. And it looks like this storm is circulating or rotating some. Right here. Not strong. So Lincoln County in general, this storm's going to continue off to the east-northeast towards Gillette, Gould, Grady, and eventually maybe into Arkansas County as well. So DeWitt, Elmira, St. Charles, maybe Stuttgart. We'll see if it can mature and maintain itself. But we've got just a whale of a system, guys. This thing is... There's storms all over the place. Jessica, I haven't seen any comments about audio. So you might check your audio settings because usually if I have audio problems, people let me know fast. Good to hear, Alex. Good to hear. Cool. Yeah, I figured there was no audio issues. Usually, if I have audio issues, people will let me know pretty quick. So I'm going to show you guys something real quick. This is where all the storms are right now. Okay, I know it's kind of hard to see. It's kind of muddy looking. All the storms are focused in this area right here. All right? This area here of the state. That's storm fuel, these contour lines, this tongue of instability that extends up in eastern Arkansas, east central Arkansas, and so on. Values of 3,000 to 4,000 Cape. There's a lot of thunderstorm fuel for these storms to take advantage of today. Obviously, there's other parameters that go into this that can have negating factors on tornado potential and thunderstorm potential. But I think that's why the confidence is higher that these storms that we're seeing now develop in eastern Arkansas will eventually go boom. Especially here over the next hour or so. I mean, it's 5:15. So we'll see what happens. Kind of in a holding pattern now. I feel like I've said that 2 or 3 times, but we've got a lot of thunderstorm activity going on between these two lines. We have flash flooding concerns because of this, severe thunderstorms, strong winds. Counties, towns, you are showing because it's hard to see when you say this area. Make sure you turn your phone sideways too. If you're watching on Facebook, if you turn your phone sideways, it's a lot easier to see stuff. The line of storms is moving pretty quick to the east. Tori says, tornado in Star City. Are you reporting that or are you asking? Because that is something I've been watching close. There's a circulation there. It's not incredibly strong. Okay. Yeah, they have a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. So this is kind of the one we've been watching. And it's moving off towards Grady. Now, this is a classic looking supercell, guys. I mean, you've got hook echo here. You've got the forward flank. It's not real big, but it doesn't have to be big. The tornado would be located in here. You've got the hail core, mixed in the middle of the forward flank. If this storm ingests this or this, goes through a successful merger process, we could be looking at big, big problems somewhere in this area of the state. I'm just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. Star City, so this is in Lincoln County, Grady, Gould. This could eventually impact Arkansas County, so Elmira, DeWitt, Gillette, St. Charles, Stuttgart. We also have these storms here too. The ones near Hazen that are trying to develop. All these little blips that we've been talking about for a couple of hours are finally starting to show signs of real life. Folks, if you live west of Little Rock, I'm not saying the tornado risk is 0, but it's not as high. It's just not. I mean, this is... If you live in between these lines, so places like Russellville, Danville, Glenwood, Hot Springs, Little Rock was just excluded from the last severe thunderstorm warning. Conway, Greenbrier, severe thunderstorms. If you're in Batesville, you've got severe thunderstorms moving in, but the tornado risk for now is really focused over here with these isolated supercells that are trying to form. I mean, you can see we've got these little, we call them beans. These little beans are starting to form. From Desart down to Hazen, north of Stuttgart. The most impressive one is here near Star City and Gould. Maybe this is another one trying to develop. But long-term tornado potential, this area. Now the line here, with time as it moves east of Little Rock, could really shape up and be a tornado producer as well. I think one thing that's such a big factor too here is the low-level jet. I talk about the low-level jet a lot. And if these storms had a little bit more low-level jet support, which they should here over the next little bit, the next hour or two, I think it'll make these storms go boom. And hopefully that's east of Arkansas, like out of our state. That would be great. The low-level jet support is so crucial many times for tornado genesis. Think of it this way. These storms that we're looking at here, these little baby supercells that are kind of just chilling, and they're not producing tornadoes, but it's almost like they're trying to do everything they can to survive. Once they hit that fuel they need, they usually go boom. It's like a switch, a flip switch. It's crazy. I've seen it so many times. But this one continues to be the most impressive storm. It's beyond Star City now, headed for Grady. Circulation's right here. Grady, you're not under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. It just doesn't get any more classic for a supercell. It's such a cool look. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that includes Jacksonville. It's areas northeast of Little Rock, Sherwood, Cabot, Ward, Beebe, McRae, Mount Vernon, Holland, and Valonia. This will eventually probably include Searcy, Higginson, Griffithville. Not yet, but with time it will. White County is about to get stormy in general. And then moving up to Cave City. Once again, guys, Cave City, I know that you guys are about tired of these thunderstorms. Storm moving in now. It's a severe thunderstorm. No imminent tornado threat. So that's a good sign, but it's probably pretty noisy in that area. And that goes all the way up to Ash Flat, Evening Shade, areas south of Cherokee Village. Not a whole lot going up here near Viola, Salem, areas over to Maynard. A lot of rain-cooled air up here, I think, that will help you prevent a widespread severe weather risk. The biggest problems are here. We also have tornado warnings down here, though. You've got to watch this. This is open warm sector. There's tornado warnings down here near Shreveport. This is in North Louisiana. This is eventually going to impact southern Arkansas at some point. So if you live in Magnolia, Emerson, Eloretta, Smackover, Hampton, Hermitage, Strong, Junction City, we'll have to watch any more supercells that form to our south and move into southern Arkansas. Yeah, Russellville's out of the threat. You're good to go in Russellville. It's just rainy there. It's stormy in Sherwood right now. Severe thunderstorm. Pouring, windy in Cave City. It's dark out. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, no, I think Cave City for now, things can change fast, but in Cave City right now, that just looks like a strong thunderstorm moving through. So great news for my Cave City people. That's literally the last thing y'all need right now is more tornado issues. So, Vivian, for now, there's no tornado in Little Rock right now. We're watching storms to the west and stuff, but for now, no tornado threat. In the short term, that is. The storm near Searcy, though, kind of has that look. I don't really like the way that looks. We'll have to watch that one too, guys. That's a severe thunderstorm too. You can almost, this is like has embedded supercell structure into this mass of storms. It includes Pleasant Plains, Oil Trough, Bradford. Oh man, I don't like that. This could eventually, if this thing right here decides to act up, could eventually impact areas like Newport, Diaz, Campbell Station. I think it stays north of Searcy, but Searcy is about to get hit with severe thunderstorms to the southwest, so you're going to get yours. But I don't really like the way that hook looks there on that storm. Hopefully it's a bunch of nothing, but We also have severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued for this entire pocket of storms here that I'm kind of wondering if the National Weather Service is expecting for these to merge, and if they do merge, we could be looking at some problems. And that is from Hazen through Fredonia, Des Arc, Cotton Plant up to McCrory, so in Woodruff County. And it's for this complex of storms here. These are each individual storms, but I think they might be going through a merging process. I am just shocked that this storm is not warned near Grady. Grady, you're probably getting some hail in town now. It looks like there is a circulation there. I don't know if it's necessarily that strong, but man, you want to talk about like the textbook Supercell, like meteorology class look. This is it. Inflow notch here. Got your fourth flank that fans out. This is the bulk of your nasty, your hail core, heavy rain. Tornado is going to be located in here. Somewhere in there. That's crazy. No tornado warning on it yet. Curious to see if it tries to ingest this or this, and if it does, that storm could go crazy. It's storming in Batesville, but right now Batesville's not in a severe thunderstorm warning. The bulk of the action's to your south. It's storming in Jacksonville. A lot of storming in Jacksonville, but that's about to move off to the east-northeast. Celeste, I don't know. We don't have any tornado warnings, so I don't know why we would have sirens going off. And people asking about Hot Springs. I feel like it's been storming in Hot Springs for about an hour now. You do have storms moving through Hot Springs now, but stronger storms, that is, as well. But clearing isn't too far off. You've got this stuff on the backside that should clear through eventually. I don't like the way these storms are shaping, though. I don't like the way this storm looks near Searcy, just northwest of Bald Knob, this hook. I don't really like the way this Cabot storm looks either. This storm here that just went through Little Rock, went through a merger process. This looks like a supercell to me too. Not able to see much on the velocity, which is good. And then of course you've got these little beans here that goes all the way from Hazen down to, that goes all the way from McCrory, their Cotton Plant, Des Arc, all the way down to Duval's Bluff and Hazen. We'll see if these are able to merge. And then the most impressive storm on the board is this one near Grady. This little supercell. I say little. It's not a little supercell. It just looks little on the map. Just for reference, this storm near Grady has 55,000 feet tops. That's a 50,000 foot thunderstorm. It means business too. This storm is some low-level jet juice or maybe a merger away from being a problem. Based off what I'm seeing too, and this is just, looking from abroad, we can't forget about these storms down here. We got storms in northeast Texas that are going to move up in Arkansas too. I don't like the way we're trending because I feel like earlier things were just kind of in a line and that was it. But now things are looking more broken. Look how we've got a broken segment here, supercells, broken segment here, a broken segment here. It's not just a squall line, thin squall line with just wind, and that's it. There's a lot of action going on. There's plenty of room for storms to grow and kind of have their own space. And the low-level jet's about to kick in on us in a parameter space where the tornado risk is already kind of high. Just saying. I don't know. I've been saying 2 to 8 p.m. all day. I might need to kick that back a little bit because it's already almost 5:30 now. They went ahead and issued the severe thunderstorm warning out. We'll talk about the Texarkana storm first. There are severe thunderstorms here in northeast Texas, near Harleton, Texas, and Jefferson. And that's going to continue off to the northeast and eventually include southern portions of Miller County. So not quite to Texarkana, but close. We also have a tornado warning in North Louisiana now that could eventually impact South Arkansas. El Dorado, Magnolia, Smackover, Norflit, Strong. We'll have to watch that storm to our south. Okay, and then we have the severe thunderstorms here in southeast Arkansas. Supercell here near Grady. That they have that warned out into Arkansas County. So DeWitt, is it DeWitt or DeWitt? Somebody correct me. DeWitt, Elmira, St. Charles. It does not include Stuttgart, but Stuttgart's about to be impacted by a storm to the southwest. But this supercell here near Grady is very, very impressive. And it is rotating. You can see there's a circulation here. It's right over Grady right now. I would love to be parked in Grady. I've chased in there so many times and see what that storm looks like from below. I wonder if Zach Hardcastle's on that storm. Let's check that real quick. There's no telling where he is right now. There's a lot of storms to pick from. We'll check with Zach in just a minute and see where he's at. Zooming out, though, let's check on that Cersei storm. So this is just north of Cersei. You can kind of see the dog leg here that extends out. See this? Inflow here. Forward flank fans out. But last I checked on the velocity, it just didn't look like there was a whole lot there. Maybe a little something, but nothing just off the chain. And then you've got this action here off to the east. Strong thunderstorm moved through Little Rock. We had a storm go through a merger process, and that includes Cabot, Austin, Ward, and Beebe. It's about to get real, real noisy. And they have went ahead and issued the severe thunderstorm warning out for this, which I think is a great call. And this goes all the way up to Bald Knob. Russell, Augusta, Georgetown, McRae, Beebe, Ward. This storm needs to be watched real close. One second, guys. This was one of the forecast questions that I had going into today, and that was, what does storm mode look like? Noah, how big was the hail in Cabot? Let me know. Golf ball size hail? Somebody else just reported it. I'm going to report that on Twitter. Thank you, guys. I'm just not able to type today, guys. I don't like how this is evolving. I really don't. It's a little messy, I'll admit, but I don't like how this is evolving. This, to me, is evolving in a way where we could encounter some major problems soon. Let me explain myself. I'm not just spitting nonsense out. We have a kind of a mass of storms here, okay? Lower severe risk. It's strong storms, but we don't have just some big sweeping line that's moving through and it's just going to shut everything off. look how things have started to become, compared to 2 hours ago, look at how things have become more segmented. You've got severe storms down here, here, here. You've got these storms near Cersei. There's some near Cabot. These look like embedded supercells. They have their own characteristics. They're not a part of a larger complex, if that makes sense. You've got these storms here, maybe some large hail southwest of Brinkley now over I-40. I'd be curious to see what that looks like there near Fredonia. But you've got these individual storms that eventually might merge and turn into one distinct supercell. This storm headed for DeWitt and Elmira and St. Charles is a beast in itself that I think is about to go through maybe a merger process. I'm still kind of surprised there's no tornado warning on that. Somebody slammed on my door. But the general consensus, like looking at it from a broad region view, is that things are looking more broken and segmented. It's not just a big line of storms. Those big lines of storms generally produce more wind damage, heavy. Sorry, guys. I don't know if my son is doing that. I was texting my wife to figure out what was going on. I'm sorry. Yes, Conway, you're fine. If you're in Conway. You can't hear me because I wasn't talking. I was looking at my phone. But yeah, these individual storms, cellular mode style is what I'm trying to get at. You can see it with visually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You've got this larger mass of storms, and then you've got these individual little characteristic supercells that are kind of built in. I've been wrong before. We could go through the next couple of hours and really not deal with a whole lot as far as tornadoes go. These storms are strong to severe. It looks like large hail is very likely now between Hazen and Brinkley on I-40. Let's look at the iDrive camera there and see what that looks like. Plug my phone in real quick too. Oh wow, guys. Look at this. Holy cow. So this is that storm we're looking at on radar right now. This is that storm. Look at it traveling across I-40. Wow. Check it out. Right here. Check this out. It's hard to, without being able to visually see the entire storm, it almost looks like you have a distinct lowering here. Your cloud base is already low anyhow. We're looking eastbound, so the storm is moving to the northeast, northeast away from us. That is spooky looking. Hop off that real quick. We'll put that in waiting. That's this storm right here. You can there's another storm just to the north of it, supercellular characteristics, and then the McCrory storm as well. I want to look at that. Give me just a second, guys. I'm getting reports from Cersei, I think from hail. Nickel size, golf ball size hail. But that's Supercell passing I-40 there near Fredonia, moving up towards Fargo and Cotton Plant. Wow. Looks like there might be some large hail in there too. I hopefully have some people there southeast of Des Arc or southern sections of Woodruff County that can provide some hail reports on that. This storm northeast of Little Rock, this one right here is really strong. Beebe, McRae, and Garner are dealing with that. This storm up here by Bradford, Pleasant Plains, another really strong storm. Moving off to the east-northeast. They've went ahead and issued another severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way out through Hickory Ridge, Fisher, Waldenburg, and so on due to this storm here. That includes Cherry Valley. It does not include the city of Wynne. It does include Wiener, Waldenburg, Harrisburg. So Poinsett County, regions of Poinsett County, far southwestern Craighead County, and then of course northern, northwestern Cross County. Man, this storm near DeWitt and Gillette is spooky. Funnel cloud and bald knob over hurricane right now. Or over hurricane? Hurricane Lake. Folks, I would expect a tornado warning soon out of this. I'm kind of surprised that it's went this long without one. But this is for Arkansas County. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Elmira, DeWitt, St. Charles, if you live in areas near here, we'll have to watch that close. It looks like they've went ahead and issued the tornado warning up north as well. The storm that we've been watching real close. So this does unfortunately include Pleasant Plains, Bradford, Newport, Diaz, Oil Trough, Newark, Tuckerman, Swifton, Alicia, Minturn, and Grubbs. So a large part of Jackson County, eastern sections of Independence County, and southern sections of Lawrence County. We've been watching this storm for a while, and it, earlier really caught my eye there near Cersei. So I'm going to switch over to the Memphis radar and see if I can maybe get a little bit better look at this storm. It kind of might be better if Little Rock, to be honest with you. We'll see if that looks any different on the velocity. Probably not going to. Well, it kind of does. You can see the circulation better. So I really want everyone, if you live in... I know that you guys don't want to hear this right now. You just got hit with an EF4. But we got to do it again. Okay, if you live in Oil Trough, if you live in Diaz, Newport, Campbell Station, if you live in northern sections of Jackson County, basically the entire top half of the county, including parts of the Panhandle part of the county, Weldon and Tupelo and Beeville aren't included. But if you live in Diaz, Campbell Station, Tuckerman, Swifton, you need to be sheltered. If you know someone who lives in any of these areas, you need to call them and you need to let them know that a tornado is possibly headed their way. The circulation with this is right here. Okay? That's a pretty solid signal for a storm or for a circulation. It's just southeast of Pleasant Plains. Okay? I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to look at the map again. We'll go over the map with everybody here, okay? So let me find my bearings here. And we can talk about each individual parts of where this actually is right now. So the circulation is just southeast of Pleasant Plains now, and it's headed for the oil trough vicinity. Highway 14, if you've ever been to Newport and you take 14 west, it'll take you to Oil Trough. Oil Trough is the name of a city. It's just an interesting name. If you live on Highway 14 between Oil Trough and Newport, this is going to impact you quickly. These storms are moving very fast. If you live in Jacksonport or Diaz or off Highway 69 from Jacksonport, we'll just say up to Newark. So if you live in southeastern Independence County, far western Jackson County, if you live near Campbell Station, this circulation here is eventually going to impact you downstream. It's moving northeast. I can give you the time. So it is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Guys, that is fast, fast, fast. Way too fast. I want to make sure everyone understands that this is one of those scenarios where this storm might be rain-wrapped. Okay? So don't be outside trying to see if you can see it. There's a lot of hail and rain in front of it that could block your vision. Don't risk your life for this. We have another tornado warning. Things are starting to get busy, guys, so you might only hear me naming off communities a couple of times, okay? We got another tornado warning for our storm down south. We've kind of been waiting on this one to pop up. This circulation is just southwest of DeWitt. So we've been watching this supercell kind of sprout and develop for the last hour, and it's finally here. Circulation is here. Elmira's here. St. Charles is up to the northeast. This is for Arkansas County. But it does include portions of Monroe County, so Holly Grove. I'll look at the map on this one too, just like we did for Jackson County, so nobody gets skipped. So the circulation is southwest of DeWitt. And it might be over the Bayou Meadow State Game Area, which is north of like Highway 88. And it's headed for Lodge Corner. If you're anywhere near Lodge Corner, or if you live west of DeWitt on Highway 165, you have a tornado possibly headed for you. So you need to be sheltered. If you know someone that lives in that area, if you know someone who lives in Elmira, you might give them a call. This is a pretty rural county, so there's not a whole lot of populace, but there's people that live in these pockets between DeWitt and Elmira, over towards Van, eventually up to Crockett's Bluff. If you live in Lawrenceville, if you live in Casco or Crockett's Bluff, if you live off Highway 1, Highway 130 near Elmira, you need to be sheltered. Okay? Let me go back to reflectivity for a second. We'll reset. We have another tornado warning too that includes southwest Arkansas in Miller County. So this is another very dangerous storm that's headed for southwest Arkansas. Okay, so we're going to go over this one just like we did the other ones. We're going to give those the same treatment. And then we'll go back and we'll start at the top, okay? So this tornado warning includes southwestern Miller County, so areas south of Fouke. I got people calling me. Hey, Zach, you're live. What's up, buddy?
We got a massive wall cloud right in front of me, just east of Cotton Plant.
Just east of Cotton Plant.
Yes, it is huge.
Okay, one second. I'm going to pull up your live, okay? If you give me just a second. I'm covered. We've got tornado warnings like crazy. I'm going to pull your stream up in just a second, Zach. Give me just a moment, all right?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to turn you down for a second. Guys, so this is headed for southwestern Miller County, so areas near Fouke. It's still in Texas now. The circulation is here near Linden. So if you live in Texarkana, the sirens might be going off. But the concern for now is to your south. I'm going to go up to, if my radar scope would stop, and putting me in Kentucky. We're going to check over with Zach Hardcastle right now. He has a large wall cloud with this supercell near Cotton Plant. So this is the storm that Zach is on. It has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And the circulation is here just southwest of Cotton Plant. There's no tornado warning on it, and there needs to be. They'll probably issue one soon. This is Zach's feed. So this is a front row seat to the Cotton Plant storm. If you live... Zach, where exactly are you, buddy? We're watching your stream. It looks like we've got some rapid rotation there on that wall cloud.
Yes, we do. I am...
Oh, wow. We might have a tornado right in front of us here.
I'm on Highway 38.
Okay.
Looking southwest.
There's no warning on this storm, just so you know.
There needs to be.
There needs to be now.
I'm going to go ahead and call it in.
Okay. I'm going to tweet, too, and see if that helps.
It's definitely rotating. I will say that though.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty, I'll call you back if anything else.
Do your thing, man. Be safe. We got your stream up, okay?
Alrighty.
Thank you, Zach. So, folks, Zach Hardcastle is near Cotton Plant, Arkansas, which is in southern sections of Woodruff County. There is no tornado warning on this storm, but you're actually watching a wall cloud form on this right now. At times, it looks like it's produced a couple of lowerings, maybe even a funnel cloud at one point. And you can see visually the rotation occurring. I'm going to, while this is up, I'm going to keep this up for just a second, and I'm going to look at radar and update everyone because things are starting to get really busy. We've got 3 tornado warnings on the board right now. We've got one in southwest Arkansas for Miller County. We have one that includes a large section of Jackson County. So if you live in Newport, if you live in Diaz, Tuckerman, Swifton, Alicia, Grubbs, Amigan, if you live in southeastern Independence County near Oil Trough, and areas near Newark, you need to be sheltered immediately. It's an extremely dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado. We also have a tornado warning in southeast Arkansas near Elmira and DeWitt that includes a large portion of Arkansas County. It includes regions of Jefferson and Monroe County as well, a very small section of... I don't see Jefferson County in that. I'm not sure why it's listed. I might have clicked on the wrong thing. But if you live in Elmira, this storm could very likely be producing a tornado. I'm going to have to pull off Zach's stream for just a second. Folks, this right here is where the tornado would likely be. Right here. You've got the wall cloud here. A lot of times you can see the horseshoe here. This is probably the north end. You've got the wall cloud lowering here. A tornado could form here at any second. This is Zachary Hardcastle's stream. He's a storm chaser. He's well trained. I'm going to pull up radar for 1 second. Oh, I don't want to pull up radar. I need to pull up radar for 1 second because I want people in Elmira to know what's coming because this one likely is about to produce a tornado. We'll go back to Zach's stream in just a second. Folks, if you live in Elmira, you've got a strong circulation right here headed for you. If you live anywhere near Elmira, you need to be sheltered immediately. I don't know if it's producing a tornado yet, but I would say that this one could be a huge problem for us real soon. So if you live in Elmira, if you live in northern sections of Arkansas County, if you live east of Stuttgart, northwest of St. Charles, you need to be sheltered. So once again, we're looking at a live feed here from Zachary Hardcastle, and this is near Cotton Plant, Arkansas. This storm, you can see the wall cloud. You've got a large component here. This storm was really spinning earlier. So we're going to pull off this real quick. Bring this back over here. I'm very concerned about this storm right here. this circulation, and for areas around Elmira. They went ahead and issued a tornado warning too for the storm that we were just looking at on Zach's stream. I've got Zach's stream here on the left, so I can see it. If it starts to produce a tornado, we'll have a live look at it. I'm going to flip back to reflectivity real quick and reset. We're starting to get real busy, so we're going to have multiple warnings. You might only hear the community once or twice, so just want everyone to be aware. Check report real quick. We have a tornado warning here for areas near oil trough, and I do not like seeing the bounded weak echo region on radar there. Hopefully that's just an anomaly. But folks, I know that there's a lot of thunderstorm activity on the radar itself, but if you live in oil trough, Newport, Diaz, Campbell Station, Tuckerman, Swifton, or Alicia, you need to be sheltered. The northern half of Jackson County, southeastern sections of Independence County. We have another tornado warning just to the south of that for areas in Woodruff County, and that includes Cotton Plant. The tornado, we were just looking at the live stream of this, rapidly rotating wall cloud near Cotton Plant. Hunter, you're included. You need to be sheltered. Okay? And we have another tornado warning. We're probably going to have one soon for the Duval's Bluff storm, but we don't have one yet, so we'll cover that accordingly. We've got 2 tornado warnings here. So we've got a brand new tornado warning near Grady. So several tornado warnings right now. We have very strong circulation headed for Elmira right now. If you're in Elmira, I plead with you, please be sheltered. Very strong circulation headed into town. I don't have anything on the debris tracker. That doesn't mean there's not anything down. But certainly very concerning for Elmira. Please, if you're in Elmira, be sheltered. And then we have another tornado warning here just northeast of Grady. Circulation is here. It's just east of Grady now, and it's moving off to the east-northeast. Will eventually impact areas, once again, Elmira, DeWitt, a large part of Arkansas County. And then our last warning on the board, never mind, we've got another one. So we've got a few of them now. So let's cover these 2, okay? We've got several tornado warnings on the board. So, folks, we've got a tornado warning here for southern Columbia County. It does include Emerson. It's the storm, due to this storm here near Shongaloo and Haynesville, Louisiana, and this is moving across the Arkansas border soon. So, Magnolia, you're not included, but if you travel south out of Magnolia down to Emerson, the tornado warning, that is going to impact you. So, the sirens might be going off in Magnolia. The sirens might be going off in Magnolia, but for right now, the polygon really only includes Emerson. We have a tornado warning as well here in southwest Arkansas. That includes regions of Miller County, mainly southwestern sections of Miller County. It does not include the city of Texarkana at this time. The sirens might be going off in Texarkana, but for now, the storm is to your south, and it's going to be moving to the east-northeast. Looks like Zach has got a view on the Cotton Plant storm. And this storm looks like it means business. Let's go back up and we'll kind of reset once more. So just looking from a broad view, guys, we have numerous tornado warnings right now. Our tornado outbreak, I think, is kind of underway. We've kind of been waiting for things to get active. And I think it's here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings as of 6 p.m. So we're well underway. The highest tornado risk is in this area and in this area. Zach looks like he still has a wall cloud on his feed, but I don't see any tornadoes yet. So it looks like the National Weather Services went ahead and confirmed this tornado. This is an observed tornado now. So I'm so hoping and praying that people in Elmira are sheltered. There's a tornado on the ground moving into Elmira. Here's your debris signature. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this up on Twitter. Guys, if you know someone in Elmira, you need to call them immediately. There's a tornado on the ground moving into Elmira, Arkansas. So we can loop this real quick. I'll show you. You can see the debris signature starts right here. We can loop it, phase it with the velocity. Elmira is about to take a direct hit from a tornado. Elmira is a pretty small town, but folks, there's people that live in this town and they're about to take a full-on hit. There's a First Baptist Church, Arkansas County God Service, Ward Land Levers, Bricky Construction, and this is a tornado on the ground right here. Sucks. We need to talk about the downstream of this, though. We can't get too caught up in it, okay? If you live, folks, this is a tornado on the ground, okay? I'm not goofing off. Okay? If you live in Holly Grove, which is to the northeast, it's not too far. 17 miles. Folks, this storm's moving it. This storm is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So Holly Grove, this thing's 15 miles from you now. I'm not doing the math right now in my head, but it's moving northeast at 60. So if you're in Holly Grove, now is the time to be getting to the shelter. A large tornado just went through Elmira and did damage. I mean, you can see it here on radar. I mean, 100%. That's a big tornado that just went through Elmira and did significant damage to the town. So, we're getting tornado warnings all over the place. I'm going to go ahead and make this report real quick. Folks, this blue color that you're seeing is the debris signature. These poor people. Yeah, they just passed through. There's the debris going through Elmira. And this is going to continue towards Holly Grove, and we've got another supercell to the south that has a tornado warning on it as well. This right here. It's not as prominent as the Elmira circulation, but we need to take that one serious as well. But this circulation just went through Elmira. We're going to go up to the north here because we've got more tornado warnings that have been issued. I'm going to have to just... Folks, this is one of those things. I'm just going to go ahead and say this now. If you get put under a tornado warning, you need to associate that warning with there being a tornado on the ground because there's so many warnings, it's almost impossible to keep up right now. We've went from kind of like I thought. We've went from about 0 to 100 quick. So we have a tornado warning that does include sections of Craighead County. And this does look like a significant supercell that's likely going to be a tornado producer. It does not include the city of Jonesboro. But the sirens are probably going off in Jonesboro. But the circulation is southeast of Fisher. It's a very strong circulation. It's right here. Okay, this is eventually going to include Harrisburg, areas east of Waldenburg. This area was hit by a tornado on Sunday night, and it looks like it's going to be hit again here soon. Looking at the correlation coefficient, can't say for sure that there's a tornado on the ground, but there very well could be. So let's just go ahead and notate that now. If you live in Truman, Lepanto, Mark Tree, Harrisburg, you need to be sheltered immediately because a tornado could be on the ground headed for your location. If you live anywhere in northern Jackson County, you need to be sheltered because a tornado is very possible where you live there as well. It looks like we have another circulation just southwest of Augusta. Another strong circulation. I'm going to switch to Little Rock radar, guys, so give me just 1 second so I can check this for us. Come on, like load. Another strong circulation here as well. So if you live in Augusta, if you live in Tupelo, if you live in Weldon, if you live in Beadville, you have a strong circulation to your southwest that could be producing a tornado soon. If you know anybody that live in the areas that I just talked about, in Woodruff County, northern sections of Woodruff County, southern sections of Jackson County. So now both ends of Jackson County has tornado warnings right now. So if you live in Jackson County and you're listening to this, just go ahead and take shelter. Unless you live in the far western panhandle region of Jackson County, you probably need to be in a tornado shelter or in your safe spot inside your home. When you are now under a tornado warning. Cross County, you're under a tornado warning, and it's due to the circulation there west of town. I'm going to go over it with you real quick. Okay, we've got. Yes, I'm covering Arkansas. I'm an Arkansas weather guy. We've got numerous warnings to go off of here, guys. I'm starting to lose count on how many warnings we've got. We now have another very dangerous supercell. That's west of Wynn here. It's west of Colt. The circulation is just north of Hunter. So if you live in the city of Wynn, if you live in Cherry Valley, if you live in Parkin, you need to be sheltered immediately. This is an extremely dangerous supercell that is moving to the east-northeast. This storm has a history of producing wall clouds. We watched this storm, the one that's headed for Wynn, Cherry Valley. We watched it live on stream earlier, produce multiple wall clouds, maybe even some funnel clouds at times. We have another tornado warning here in Fredonia and Bisco and Clarendon that's moving off to the northeast. We need to check on our Elmira storm because that storm was producing a tornado actively earlier and check and see if that is still the case. So it looks like this circulation does remain fairly strong. It just moved through Elmira, produced a tornado, and hit the town of Elmira. You can see it here. Looking at the correlation coefficient, not as strong, but I do wonder what sort of debris fallout we're experiencing from Elmira. I've got a photo of what appears to be the tornado that went through Elmira, Arkansas. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm trying to make a report to the National Weather Service. Holly Grove, you need to be sheltered. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. It just produced a tornado in Elmira. I just got a photo of it. We need to go down and check on our South Arkansas tornadoes. Looks like those have been canceled. Fantastic. That's just incredible news. But we have multiple tornado warnings ongoing now here in eastern Arkansas with numerous supercells. And I'm just going to start at the top and we're just going to go back down, okay? So it looks like we have a circulation here just southwest of Harrisburg. That's a strong circulation. I would be surprised if that's not producing a tornado. It is producing a tornado. So we have a tornado on the ground here just southwest of Harrisburg. You can see the debris signature on radar. So if you live between Waldenburg and Harrisburg, you need to be sheltered. This supercell is moving off to the east, northeast. It might pass between Harrisburg and Waldenburg, but it's going to be close. If you live in Harrisburg, there's where the tornado is. There's the hook. You need to be sheltered. We're going to drop down to our other storm here that's going to impact areas near Wynn, Cherry Valley. Check on my stream real quick. Zach has a visual on this storm. Looks like it's got a really low wall cloud on it and a strong circulation. Wouldn't be surprised if this storm doesn't produce a tornado here pretty soon. And this is also moving off to the east-northeast, so it does include Cross County, Cherry Valley. It includes Wynn. It does not include Hickory Ridge, and it includes Park. And I'm looking at Zach's stream. This is the storm, the wind storm that I'm talking about is this one right here. Zach's been on this thing since it was just a wall cloud. And as you can see here, we have a defined lowering at the bottom of the mesocyclone. And it appears that this one is on the way to producing a tornado here soon. So this is, a live visual of the storm moving. I'm going to pull up my phone for a second, go old school. This storm is going to impact areas just west of Wynn. It might eventually hit Cherry Valley head on. So if you're in Cherry Valley and you're watching this, if you know someone who lives in Cherry Valley, let them know that there's a dangerous supercell headed right for them that could be producing a tornado now or is about to produce a tornado. I know that a lot of you are likely commenting from Jonesboro because the sirens are going off. And while I get that, the tornado involved is actually well south of Jonesboro near Harrisburg. And that is moving off to the east-northeast towards Truman Bay and eventually probably Lake City. So we're looking at a live video from storm chaser Zachary Hardcastle, and he might have a tornado on the ground there. This is the storm west of Wynn, Arkansas. Supercell west of Wynn. It's moving off to the east-northeast. His speed might struggle a little bit. I've chased in this area before. Service can be a little hit or miss. And then we also have a confirmed tornado there near, it's the storm that went through Elmira. The circulation doesn't look as strong as it did earlier, but that supercell is moving off to the east-northeast, could eventually impact areas around Holly Grove. And then we have a supercell that's producing a tornado warning near DeWitt. The circulation just southwest of DeWitt is pretty strong. So if you live in DeWitt, if you live west of DeWitt, if you live near Elmira, unfortunately you just took a hit from a tornado. You could have another tornado headed your way soon. I am getting inundated with reports about these storms, and I am so appreciative of that. I'm going to pull Zach's stream over one more time here. I'm going to keep a close eye on that and go back up to this tornado because this one was on the ground just a few seconds ago. And it looks like it still might be on the ground here. So tornado on the ground possibly just west of Harrisburg. Nobody should be traveling between Waldenburg and Harrisburg. If you do, you're gonna run into a tornado. So don't. If you know someone who's about to try to drive or something, tell them stop. Looking back at the reflectivity, we'll go from there. We'll go ahead and drop down. We have another supercell. I've got Zach Hardcastle here on my left. He's chasing this storm live near Wynn. This storm looks like it's on the road to producing a tornado. I don't know if it has yet, but obviously I'm going to keep a close eye on that one. I'm getting so many reports of storms. I've got funnel clouds. I've got tornadoes on the ground. All right, let's kind of collect ourselves here. We have another excuse me. We have another circulation here west of Augusta, and that includes parts of Woodruff County and eventually southern sections of Jackson County. And we also have a circulation to the north up in northern sections of Jackson County that has spawned a warning. The warning near Harrisburg has been confirmed by the National Weather Service, which we kind of expected. We need to go down here and check on our DeWitt storms real quick, kind of touch base on those for a moment. Look at exact stream, and it looks like the tornado or supercell that might be producing a tornado near Wynn is fairly rain-wrapped. So that's common, unfortunately. But it does look like we have a fairly strong circulation here just west of DeWitt. If you're in DeWitt, you need to be sheltered. The circulation is right here, and it could be producing a tornado right now. We'll look at the correlation coefficient, see if the debris tracker shows anything. It's hard to say. Maybe not, but certainly a circulation there that's worth warrant, or excuse me, I cannot talk, that has a warning on it. And then once again to the north, this is the storm that produced the tornado that moved through Elmira, and it is moving off to the east-northeast near Holly Grove, Arkansas. If you're in Holly Grove, you need to be sheltered. It looks like we have another tornado warning in far southwest Arkansas, so we'll go touch on that real quick. Same area from earlier, so the sirens might be going off in Texarkana. So the sirens are likely going off in Texarkana. This includes parts of Miller County, and that's not what I was looking for. Miller and Lafayette County. Sorry guys, my radar is loading real slow right now. This is our newest tornado warning, folks. Oh, I'm getting upset. I'm getting upset. Settle down for me, radar, please. I'm trying to get this information out. There we go. So, folks, we've got a supercell here that's in far northeastern Texas that's going to be moving to the northeast, and it's going to be impacting Lafayette and Miller County. So if you live in Bradley, if you live in Falk, if you live in areas in southern Miller, southern Bradley County. Does not include Texarkana. It's storming in Texarkana, but the tornado warning doesn't include you. It does not include Stamps either. Okay, so might only hear this once. Southern Lafayette, southern Miller County, you need to be sheltered. We'll go back up to the northeast here. We have multiple tornado warnings ongoing right now in eastern Arkansas. We'll just start from the top here. We have a tornado warning in far northeast Arkansas. That does include Clay County. So places like Corning. If you're in Corning, Mobile, McDougal, if you live in Pollard or Piggott or St. Francis, there's a possible tornado ongoing right now. You need to be sheltered. And that does include northern sections of Greene County, but it's mostly for Clay County and far northeastern Arkansas. Okay, we have another circulation here that's just north of Harrisburg. This storm produced a tornado just a few moments ago. Right here, you can see it. It looks like it has lifted, but it was a strong tornado there for a moment. They're just south of the highway that runs between Waldenburg and Harrisburg. So that's our next one. If you are in Bay, if you live in Lake City, if you live in Truman, if you live, we'll just go ahead and say out to Manette, Gina, one of my moderators, you probably need to start getting ready for the shelter. This is probably going to head your way. It might miss Jonesboro to the south. Jonesboro is not included in the warning polygon at this time, so that's great. But areas south and southeast of Jonesboro, you are included. Southeastern Craighead County and northern Poinsett County. We have another tornado warning to the west in, it looks like, southern Lawrence and northern Jackson County, so around the Tuckerman area, up to Swifton, Alicia, Minturn, and Grubbs. We have another tornado warning to the south for northern sections of Woodruff County, southern sections of Jackson County. That includes Tupelo, Weldon, and Beadville. It also includes Augusta. And again, you'll likely be included in the next warning. We have a very, very dangerous supercell just west of Wynne, Arkansas. So Cross County, and this is headed for Cherry Valley. I'm afraid this one's probably going to end up producing a tornado if it hasn't already. So certainly want everyone, if you're in Cherry Valley, to be sheltered. Zach Hardcastle, one of my good buddies, storm chaser, has been on this storm. I'm having a hard time access his live video, but this storm is moving off to the east-northeast. So if you live in Wynne, you need to be sheltered. If you live in Cherry Valley, you need to be sheltered. If you live in Parkin, you need to be sheltered. So mainly Cross County, and that does include southern sections of Poinsett County. So if you live in Marktree, Tyronza, Lepanto, just be on the heads up because that storm will eventually move up your way. My radar's lagging just a little bit on me. We're going to come back up. We've got several warnings here that we need to address south of the windstorm as well. So we have these three supercells here that have all had a history of producing wall clouds and tornadoes at times. This warning here does include Brinkley. Well, actually, the supercells north of Brinkley now. Cotton Plant and Hunter, that includes you, and that warning goes well up to the north. We have another circulation here. This is the one that produced the tornado in Elmira, and it's moving off to the east-northeast near Holly Grove. I'm not sure what the National Weather Service will do with that warning. That storm looked like it was phasing out a little bit. And then we have a circulation here near St. Charles and Elmira. Elmira was just hit with a tornado, and it does look like this is another strong circulation that's going to pass Elmira just to the east. I don't see any debris on radar, so that's good, but the circulation itself is just southeast of Elmira now. It's in between Elmira and DeWitt. I'm going to check my reports real quick. Things are getting out of hand. We've got, just tornado warnings all over the place, guys. So I do want to just zoom out for just 1 second and get a little unspecific and give everyone a broad view of what we're dealing with. We have severe thunderstorms moving into Little Rock, a large part of the state dealing with thunderstorms outside of western Arkansas. Western Arkansas, there's nothing going on. Tornado warnings in southwest Arkansas includes Miller and Lafayette County. It does not include Texarkana. And then we've got our string of warnings that go all the way up to Clay County, down into Jackson, Craighead, Greene. We have tornado warnings down near Wynne. We have some in northern Woodruff County. We have tornado warnings near Brinkley. That's moving off to the northeast. We have one near DeWitt. We have another one that moved through Elmira. That's headed towards Holly Grove. So we've got a lot going on right now. It's almost impossible to touch every single storm and elaborate on it. I've got people asking me if there's a tornado in Wynne. Folks, there's not a tornado in Wynne right now. The circulation, I would argue, is likely producing a tornado right now. I would be kind of surprised if it wasn't. I'm going to switch over to the Memphis radar. Definitely likely producing a tornado right now. So if you're in Wynne, this is a close call, but I think it's going to go north of you. But if you're in Wynne, I would stay sheltered. Yeah, definitely looks like there's a tornado on the ground right here. So looks like there's a tornado on the ground right here. So if you're in Cherry Valley, you could observe a direct impact from a tornado here very, very soon. These tornadoes are moving very, very fast today. So if you're in Cherry Valley, which is in Cross County, you need to be sheltered because there's likely a strong tornado on the ground headed for your location. If you live in Clay County, Arkansas, we have a circulation up there as well, where a tornado could be ongoing now near Corning. I don't know. I haven't looked at this one a whole lot. It's tough to say, but certainly if you're in Clay County, if you're in Corning, if you're in McDougal, if you're in Pollard, St. Francis, or Piggott, you need to be sheltered as a tornado could be headed your way at any time. Don't see a whole lot with that one. A very strong circulation now here west of Tupelo. So this is going to be moving into southern sections of Jackson County. So Weldon, you need to be sheltered. You've got a circulation just to your southwest. that's moving into your region very, very soon. People texted me in the middle of a tornado outbreak. Crazy. We have a very strong circulation here just west of Truman. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes near Harrisburg. That's not what I was looking at. Let's see here. So I don't see anything on the debris tracker, which is good, but this is still a really strong circulation. If you live in Truman or Bay, you need to be sheltered because a tornado could form at any time and be impacting your location within minutes. Once again, we have this storm here near Wynn that passed Wynn off to the west and is moving towards Cherry Valley. And a few moments ago, it looked like it had some debris. Yeah, I think unless that's just some interference there, which I feel like is a little bit unlikely given the position of the couplet. We'll see what the National Weather Service says. The National Weather Service still has that as a radar indicated tornado. So if you're in Cherry Valley, just know that this storm could produce a tornado at any moment and is headed your way from the southwest. Really worried about that Tupelo storm. If you live west of Tupelo or in southern Jackson County, please be sheltered soon. I'm going to switch over to Little Rock and check my other storms. So that circulation earlier near DeWitt is moving off to the east-northeast. Right here. It's moving off to the east-northeast. Eventually will impact areas around Holly Grove. So need to be very aware of that, which Holly Grove, for those of you who might not know, that's in... Holly Grove is in southern sections of Monroe County. So southern Monroe County, you're under a tornado warning. And that storm does have a history of producing funnel clouds and wall clouds. I don't know if it's produced a tornado like the northern storm. And then last but not least, our southwest Arkansas storm. We'll switch over to the Shreveport radar for this one. This includes southern sections of Miller and Lafayette County. So if you live in southern Miller, southern Lafayette County, there's a very dangerous supercell heading off to the east-northeast. You can see the circulation here. You need to be sheltered. This does not include the city of Texarkana. It does not include, at this time, the city of Stamps either, or Garland. So that's it, guys. From top to bottom, that's the warnings that we're dealing with right now. It went from 0 to 100, kind of like we thought. I feel like it did it in a matter of moments. I know I have a lot of people asking me questions, guys, but I just don't. Batesville's not under a tornado warning. That's west of all the tornado warnings. I almost don't even know where to start, to be honest with you. There's so many of them. Where I guess we'll go from top to or from bottom to top here. Radar site down there is just terrible. So looking at this, this one circulation is extremely concerning. I think we likely have a tornado on the ground with this circulation here. This is just southwest of Bay. So if you live in Bay, Arkansas, you need to be sheltered immediately. Immediately. I don't see anything on the debris tracker, but I don't trust that for a second. I really don't. That could happen. I mean, it could happen so fast. So this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. It produced a tornado earlier near Harrisburg, and this is the circulation in question. This is in northern Poinsett County. Going to be soon moving into southeastern and southern sections of Craighead County. We have another strong circulation here near Cherry Valley. That's headed off to the east-northeast. If you live in Cherry Valley, you need to be sheltered. If you live anywhere near Cherry Valley, you need to be sheltered, okay? That circulation was really strong earlier. And we also have a circulation here near Weldon and Tupelo that looks a little lesser than it did earlier, which is great news. Hopefully that trend maintains. And then, of course, our Clay County storm up here between Corning. The circulations between Corning and McDougal. This will eventually move off to the east-northeast into Missouri and won't be our issue anymore. But for now, got to keep a close eye on it. So this is a confirmed tornado. The National Weather Service is referencing this as a confirmed tornado. So I'm going to have to pull my phone out here and see if I've got a report on this one. Folks asking about Central Arkansas, guys. There's no tornado warnings in Central Arkansas. I'm getting all bombarded with stuff from Little Rock. Guys, I know you're nervous about this right now, but right now it's just strong winds and stuff. Heavy rain, maybe some hail. The bulk of the tornado concern is shifted off to the east into eastern Arkansas. And it looks like we've got a confirmed tornado right here just southwest of Bay, which is Bay is located in southeastern Craighead County. So if you live in Bay, if you live anywhere near Bay, if you live in Lake City, you need to be prepared for this. If you live in Manette, if you live in Black Oak, if you live in Caraway, you're not in the warning yet, but you will be soon. So just go ahead and prep for this now. You've got a confirmed tornado. The National Weather Service is referencing is a large tornado to your southwest. Finally get a second to catch my breath. It feels like I haven't had a chance to catch my breath in about 30 minutes. We still have a tornado warning here to the southeast that include northern sections of Arkansas County. It's moving up towards Holly Grove now. The circulation is right here. It's not as impressive as it was earlier, but this storm and the storm above it have histories of producing tornadoes, so it's certainly something to watch. And then we have the tornado warning in far southwest Arkansas that includes southern sections of Miller and Lafayette County. This is the circulation in question right here. So areas north of Rodessa, Louisiana, south of Fouke. There's a highway that runs south of Fouke. It goes all the way down to Ida, Louisiana. Nobody should be driving south. And if you live in southern Lafayette County, if you live near Bradley, if you live in Louisville, you need to be well aware that you have a circulation to your southwest and it's headed northeast towards your location now. iDrive camera is showing it. Okay. We'll check that then, because I want to see it. I think they're talking about the storm near Bay. We'll go ahead and look at that now. Everything on my phone's running slow. My computer's running slow. I don't see anything on that camera. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything on that, so I'll have to look on Twitter and see if there's shown reports there. If you live in Bay, you need to be sheltered. The tornado near Elmira was significant. That was a strong tornado. And we have another tornado, it looks like, a circulation that could be producing a tornado soon, moving towards Holly Grove. The tornado warning does continue too for Piggott, so Clay County. We've got tornado warnings just all over the place. This is just insanity. The circulation over Cherry Valley weakened some, but I would still be sheltered if I was in Cherry Valley. It looks like we have a a tornado approaching Bay, Arkansas. I don't see a whole lot on the debris tracker here, the correlation coefficient, but that doesn't mean that there's not something there. Circulation near Bay is appearing stronger and stronger with each scan. It looks like a tornado warning was just issued to for Jonesboro. So Jonesboro, this one is legit. The sirens are likely going off, and for good reason too. It's due to this circulation here. Okay, if you live in Jonesboro, if you live in Brooklyn, I think they extended it all the way out to include Paragould, so southern sections of Greene County, eastern sections of Greene County. The entire, looks like all of Craighead County, outside of a few spots in southwest Craighead and southeast Craighead, are under a tornado warning at this time. Hoping the best for Bay. That does not look good. If you live in Bono, you need to be sheltered. If you live in Jonesboro, you need to be sheltered. If you live in Brooklyn, you need to be sheltered. If you live in Lake City, you need to be sheltered. It looks like we might have just had a tornado move through Bay. It's hard to say on debris tracker. I don't like always just trusting that. But judging by the radar signal, the velocity signature, I would be surprised if we didn't have an image of that. Or excuse me, that we didn't have a tornado pass through that. I'm going to go ahead and just go from top to bottom so we don't get anything lost here, okay? We've got a circulation here in Clay County that's moving off to the east-northeast near McDougal, Pollard, St. Francis. Might go north of Piggott. I'd stay sheltered just in case. We have another very strong circulation here just northeast of Cache, Arkansas, southwest of Bono. And that's going to, I think, split between Bono and Jonesboro. It's going to be really close. I would be sheltered. If you live in Bono or Jonesboro, I'd be sheltered. We have an extremely strong circulation here near Bay. This is headed for Lake City. Gina is one of my moderators. She lives near Manette. Gina, you need to be sheltered because this is headed right for you. Please be sheltered. If you live in Manette, if you live in Black Oak, Lake City, Leachville, if you live in Manila, it looks like they don't have it issued yet. I don't really know why, but I don't really care. If you live in Leachville, if you live in Manette, Black Oak, or Lake City, you need to be sheltered. Please. This could be a strong tornado near Bay, Arkansas. And they did. They just issued it. It looks like it's a confirmed tornado, large and extremely dangerous. So this includes northern sections of Mississippi County, southeastern and eastern sections of Craighead County. So if you live in Manila, Dell, Blytheville, Gosnell, Caraway, or Lake City, please be sheltered because it's very likely that there's a strong tornado approaching Lake City. Right here. Okay, and this is moving off to the east-northeast towards Lake City and Black Oak. And it's going to be there fast. Storms are moving extremely fast today. You don't have time to goof off with it. It could cost you your life. It looks like this is an extremely large tornado, judging by the images that I'm getting near Lake City. This is on Connor Fowkes. I'll show you guys it real quick. Connor Croft. This is I think we're going to have video of the tornado as soon as I can get it pulled up. This is going to be the tornado that we're looking at here on Velocity near Lake City. Yep, here it is. Huge tornado live on camera right here. Folks, this is a big tornado. Holy cow, this thing's massive. Oh my God. Holy crap. So I want to look at radar and report this. Jesus Christ. Okay, so Gina, you need to be sheltered. That's what's headed for you. Big tornado, violent tornado. This is about to go into Lake City, okay? It's about to go into Lake City. It's headed for Black Oak. It's headed for Manette. This is an extremely dangerous situation. It's a violent tornado. Folks, if you don't take this serious, this tornado will kill you, okay? This is one of those situations where if you're not sheltered, it will cost you your life. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. I have permission to show this stream on my live stream. I spoke with Connor earlier today. This is a tornado emergency. There's another look at the tornado right now. It's headed into... I'm going to try to get this pulled up on my feed so I can get it posted. That's a massive tornado. Holy cow. I am just in shock right now that we're seeing this live. That's a monster tornado, guys. If you live downstream of this, you have got to be sheltered because it will cost you your life if you're not. Oh my God. I cannot believe that we have this live on this feed. Holy crap. I'm going to collect myself. If you live in Lake City, Black Oak, Manette, Leachville, areas north of Manila, around Manila, you have to be sheltered. Looks like Connor has encountered significant damage due to this tornado. Looks like he's checking on people there. I'm going to switch back over to radar real quick so we can... So folks, that's where the tornado is. It's moving into Lake City. Lake City, Manette, and Black Oak, you must be sheltered, or I'm being dead serious. I don't know how else I can say it. This is a strong, violent tornado. This is the debris ball here. The debris ball's 2 miles wide. Manette, you're up next. Okay, it's going to be moving at you pretty quick. Manette, I can't stress enough, your life depends on it. You've got to be sheltered. You have to be sheltered. I don't know if you can survive this tornado if you're not. You cannot be outside looking around. This is a violent tornado. If you live in Leachville, you're probably up next. I don't know how long this tornado is going to be on the ground. I don't want to speculate that it's going to go away soon. I have no idea. But if you live in Manette, if you live in Leachville, you need to be sheltered. I think it will stay north of Caraway. I wouldn't risk it in Manila. I definitely wouldn't risk it in Black Oak. If you live in Dell, well, actually, never mind. I can't even say that for Caraway because you've got a circulation to your southwest now. So if you live in Caraway, Etowah, Truman, Lepanto, Marktree, Diaz, Kaiser, Victoria, Dell, or Manila, you need to be sheltered. I'm in shock at this tornado. And I don't want to leave anyone out. We've got tornado warnings all over the place. It's almost impossible to keep up. It looks like we do have a stronger circulation southwest of Fisher, a very strong circulation that's here, southeast of Harrisburg, headed off towards Marktree and Lepanto. But the most dire situation in the entire state, and it's not even close right now, is the life-threatening tornado that's just near Lake City, headed right for Manette. Manette, you have seconds. I'm sure this is an old scan. You have no time. You must be sheltered immediately. And then eventually it's going to move into Leachville unless it takes a turn. I mean, this is just insane, insane, insane. You can actually see when we look at the debris ball, it's likely that debris is being lofted 10, 15, 20,000 feet. This is the debris ball here. Manette's right here. Manette's not an incredibly large town, but anyone, I can pull out my map real quick and we can go over the areas together on this. So if you live on Highway 139 north of Manette, you have a life-threatening tornado headed your way. If you live anywhere near the Macy Cemetery, violent tornado headed your way. If you live in Leachville, if you live in Childress, if you live on Highway 119 south of Leachville, if you live on Highway 77, which goes north of Leachville, North Main turns into 77, you have a violent tornado to your southwest. It's right here. Okay, I'm going to circle it. We'll just keep it circled. I'm going to put an arrow at it. That's a big tornado, violent tornado. That has done a lot of damage. And it is headed right for the city of Manette. If you live on, if you live on Highway 78, 78 runs from Black Oak up to Manette. If you live on the northern end of 78, where it starts to curve into Manette, you have it. I mean, it's on you now. This is an old scan. This is 2 minutes old, and this thing's cooking. It's moving fast. If you live in areas east of the St. Francis River, north of town, Manette, you have to be sheltered. You have no choice but to be sheltered. You can't be outside looking around for this. This is about to hit Manette head on. I mean, I don't know how else to. These poor people, man. Jesus, help these people. This last scan was at 6:48, so it's likely moving into town now. This tornado is moving northeast at... There's no way that's a radar indicated. That can't be the right polygon. There's no way. This is a catastrophic tornado. It's being listed by the National Weather Service as, which makes sense given the videos that we saw just a few moments ago. And this is a tornado emergency for Lake City. This is likely a tornado emergency for Minette and then eventually Leachville. This tornado is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So you have Leachville, you've got to be sheltered, I mean, now. We'll go up to Leachville and call out some stuff there too, just in case. If you live, we already spoke about this a little. I'm going to repeat it in case people are just now joining. If you live on Highway 119 south of Leachville all the way to 78, you need to be sheltered. Highway 77 up to the Arkansas-Missouri border. If you live anywhere in that vicinity, if you live off Highway 77, Leachville, there's a highway that stretches from 77 runs from Leachville to Poplar Corner. Highway 77 runs west to east. If you live on Highway 77, near that, you need to be sheltered. It looks like this is going to hit mostly, which Minette's not a big town. There's an Exxon gas station on the north end of Minette. It looks like this tornado is going to hit the northern end of Minette. Minette's small enough, unfortunately, though, that it could hit most of the town. One of my moderators, Gina, I said it earlier, she lives in Minette, and I'm praying that she is safe right now. But it looks like, I mean, it's right on the town. I don't know. I don't have any chaser feeds up. Pull up Brandon Kopic and see if he has a view of it. It's a tornado emergency. So I'm going to have to zoom out for just a second, guys, and kind of get my bearings on this and pull off the debris signature, go back to velocity. And the circulation is right here. It's just on the northern end of Minette. And it looks like the tornado emergency includes places like Manila, Dell, Gosnell, Blytheville, likely to account for a right turn. It looks like, to me, it's going to cross, unless it takes a right turn, which it could, so keep that in mind. It looks like it's going to cross the Arkansas-Missouri border and hit Hornersville and Rives in southeast Missouri and the Boot Hill of Missouri. So as far as Arkansas goes, the biggest concerns as it stands right now is Minette. And it looks like it just went through Minette, so the tornado's still on the ground, just went through Minette, and it's headed for Leachville. I'm going to check on Connor's stream real quick, make sure he's okay. I think he was fine. I think he encountered damage, significant damage. Yeah, I don't have anything on Connor's stream, so he's trapped, it looks like, due to debris. It looks like very significant debris. He's got a flat, okay. Stupid mic gets in the way every time. Leachville, the message is still the same. You need to be sheltered. I'm trying to pull up another view. So it looks like this tornado is still on the ground. I'm looking at a view of it. I do not have permission from Brandon to use this on my stream, so I can't pull it up. But this, judging by what I'm looking at here, this is still a very strong, violent tornado tracking northeast towards Leachville. It looks like it's trying to wrap in rain. You're not going to see it, so don't be outside trying to look at it. What? What is it?
Oh, I can't show it because...
It's okay. Just, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it up. Are you Brandon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would show it, but I don't have permission from Brandon to show it. I don't need to show it.
That's why I assumed you.
I mean, folks, I'm sitting here looking at the video. This is moving towards Leachville now, and it's a strong, violent, very, very large tornado. I have it posted on my Facebook. Connor Croft allowed me to use his feed today, and it looks the same. It's a very large barrel-like tornado headed right for Leachville. So if you live anywhere near Leachville, if you know someone who lives near or in Leachville, you need to call them and let them know that a life-threatening tornado. They probably already know, most of them, but you never know. You could save a life. Looking out from abroad at everything else going on, I know I cover the entire state, and we've got a life-threatening tornado on the ground in northeast Arkansas. Folks, we have tornado warnings all over the place. I mean, they are literally all over the place, and it's impossible for me to cover them all at once. We have tornado warnings as far south as Mariana, Des Arc. It goes up to Newport, east of Fisher. We have a tornado warning near Wynn. We have one near Truman, Mark Tree. The one that's moved through Jonesboro, moving up towards Paragould as well. I've got a strong circulation now south of Truman. And then, of course, we've got our one distinct storm that is producing a very large tornado near Leachville. I cannot believe that tornado near Lake City. I haven't seen one like that in Arkansas in a long time. That was a violent tornado. Do we still have a tornado warning in southwest Arkansas? We do. Southwest Arkansas, I haven't forgot about you, I promise. It's just been insane. I want to go cover these real quick. Leachville, stay sheltered, please. If you live in northeast Arkansas, if you live in Leachville, you have a life-threatening tornado headed right for you. And check on Gina here in a minute, too. She lives in Manette. Do you have her number?
Mm-hmm. Let me flip over yours.
It looks like the circulation here does include southern sections of Miller County, southern sections of Lafayette County, and it does go all the way up now to Waldo and Stamps, which is in Columbia County. So if you live in any of the places that I just referenced in southwest Arkansas, you need to be sheltered. I wonder if this thing's still on the ground like it was earlier.
Can I see your phone for a second?
Yeah.
Her number?
Yeah.
Because she's not on your YouTube.
She sent me a photo earlier of the storm track. I'd said it a couple times. I haven't seen her on the live, so I figured she's probably sheltered, I hope. Yeah, no, this is about to hit Leachville head on. Folks, if you're in Leachville, you're running out of time. You've got seconds. Big time, life-threatening, significant tornado is moving into town right now. I fear the worst for Leachville, but I'm hoping for the best. It looks like Leachville's taking a head-on hit right now, folks. The blue that you're looking at is debris. This is a debris tracker, and it's moving into Leachville. It looks like it's moving into... So in Leachville, you've got 119 that runs north. There's Simplot Grower Solutions, Humford's Ace Home and Auto, Thomas E. Puckett and trucking. There's a city park on the west side of town. That's likely all being hit right now. There's a U.S. Postal Service stop. That's likely being struck now as well. There's a First Missouri Bank there that's just on the north end of town. Just a terrible situation, man. Absolutely terrible. Judging by the video, it looks like the tornado has become rain-wrapped, so you're not really able to see it like we were earlier. But this is a very strong, violent tornado, and it's been on the ground for some time now. This storm originated well southwest of here in southern Craighead County, where it first started producing tornadoes. And it looks like this is the latest scan I have, 6:58. It's over Leachville now. Just waiting on a scan. There's the last scan. It is hitting Leachville. The videos of this tornado are unbelievable. It doesn't even look real. Well, this tornado will be talked about for a long time. It is hitting Leachville now. Leachville is taking a direct hit from a violent tornado. This is moving east-northeast. This is about to cross the Missouri border and move into the Missouri Boot Hill towards Hornersville, Ribs. I'm not real familiar with that part of Missouri, but I don't want to exclude. I know that some people might be watching this that follow me that live northeast of Leachville. It's a pretty rural area. But if you live near the New Providence Baptist Church or the Box Elder Cemetery, which is north and east of Leachville, if you live near P&P Farms, if you live on any county road, there's West 102, West 86, Jimmy Kennett Road. If you live on any of those roadways north of Leachville, there's a strong, violent tornado headed right for you. Certainly want to be sheltered immediately. I'm sure most of you are probably aware, given that this is a tornado emergency. This is a strong, violent, life-threatening tornado. Just it's going through Leachville now. This is a 7 p.m. scan. It's moving northeast of Leachville now. We've got to touch on these other tornadoes too. Folks, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get this report in. It's insane. We need to do a reset. We have tornado warnings all over the place. I don't want anyone to be left out. Obviously, this has been a dire situation, life-threatening situation. I'm just gonna start from the bottom and go up. We've got tornado warnings down near Hazen. It's kind of hard to see a whole lot of it. We need to switch to Little Rock real quick. Not seeing a whole lot with this, but go ahead and be sheltered if you live in Hazen, DeVal's Bluff, Fredonia, near Bisco. If you live in Des Arc, you also have a tornado warning there that includes places like Georgetown, McCrory, so a large section of Woodruff County. We have a strong circulation just east of Morrow, south of Palestine, and west of Haines. If you live in Haines, Palestine, Forest City, Widener, or Hughes, you need to be sheltered because a tornado could be ongoing at any time. It's tough to see for sure if there is something there, but I would definitely, after what has just transpired, I would take that very, very serious. Looks like there's another tornado warning that does include Colt, Wynn, and Cherry Valley, but that supercell is moving off to the east more towards Parkin and Earl now, where the polygon hasn't been expanded. There's another tornado warning here that includes areas west of Marked Tree near Lepanto. This circulation, once again, it's a little bit muddy to see here, but I think the bulk of the problems are off to the northeast. And the circulation that produced the Bay tornado, looks like the Clay County polygon is still up. That could probably be canceled soon. Man, I hope this storm lifts because it's going to kill people if it doesn't. And then we've got the Southwest Arkansas tornado warnings that we need to talk about. I haven't talked about them in a minute. Folks, if you live in Southwest Arkansas, I'm sorry. We've had crazy storms up to the northeast. If you live in Stamps, if you live north of Taylor, if you live in western Columbia County, and if you live a large majority of Lafayette County, you need to be sheltered, especially in Stamps. If you live along the highway that runs from Garland over to Waldo, if you live near Stamps, you need to be sheltered. I'm going to go back up to Northeast Arkansas here. I feel like we need like a reset because of what has transpired over the last hour. Obviously, we're fearing the worst. We're hoping for the best. Looking across the state, many of you are likely dealing with thunderstorms, but the most problems are in Northeast Arkansas where we have numerous tornado warnings. Some areas are there's so many circulations, we have areas that are overlapped with tornado warnings. And we've had tornado emergencies. So we're going to zoom back in on that right now. So it looks like the circulation that spawned the Lake City tornado, Manette, and Leachville tornado has now moved into the Missouri Boot Hill. So that is no longer an Arkansas problem. I don't see much of a circulation there in Greene County that's moving off to the east. And then the Clay County circulation looks like it has dissipated quite a bit as well. I am concerned about the circulation here to the south of Truman. It does look like it has weakened some as well. But the National Weather Service just actually sent a text out for a continuation of that warning. So Mark Tree, Lepanto, Etowah, Kaiser, that's all included. We'll switch back to reflectivity. It's probably easier to see right now. We have a very strong storm. This circulation here near Haines in Palestine. Sorry, guys, my radar is just not wanting to cooperate right now. This is a very dangerous supercell near Haines. It's all by itself. It looks like the National Weather Service, judging by the warning, this is a considerable observed tornado. So we're going to switch out of Little Rock real quick and get a better look at this one. If it'll give us a better look at it. Yeah, definitely. So looks like we've got a large tornado on the ground here. I want to make it very clear that if you live in Haines, if you live near Forest City, if you live in Madison, if you live in areas near Hughes or west of Hughes, you need to be sheltered because there's very likely a tornado on the ground with this storm. Oh, don't do this to me, radar scope. Don't do it to me. Difficult to see on the correlation coefficient, but at this point I really don't care after what's just happened. Very strong circulation. It's in between Haines and Forest City. There's a highway that runs south out of Forest City to Haines. That circulation is about to cross that highway. You have to be sheltered. You need to treat every tornado warning today like what we saw earlier, the violent tornado, because it can turn into that so fast. We also have tornado warnings down here by Hazen, Devall's Bluff, and Fredonia. We have more tornado warnings down near Cotton Plant, Desart, and Hunter. Switch back out of Memphis here. It looks like the bulk of the circulation that spawned the tornado warnings up to the northeast by Jonesboro and so on have now moved off into Missouri. Yeah, so that makes me feel much better. Jonesboro is technically in a warning still, but there's so many polygons, it's hard to associate each respective circulation. I see it now. I see the circulation now. It moved south of Jonesboro. It looks like it's moved off to the east. So Jonesboro, you're under tornado warning, so I would remain in shelter. Let me switch back to the Little Rock radar for this Cotton Plant storm. So she's safe. Okay, cool. All right. I'm guessing they have significant damage in town. I can't. This is one of the, I think, the only times I've ever done something like this where I can't keep up with the warnings. Forest City, this is one of those situations your life might depend on it. This is a very strong circulation that is passing. Let's check at the map real quick. We can go over it together. We can go over the road network together. That way you know. So Highway 1, I believe it's Highway 1. Yep, Highway 1 runs south out of Forest City and it goes to Haines. You've got Reitland just to the south. The circulation is right here. And it's passing just south of Forest City. It's crossing Highway 1 right now. It might impact Madison soon. It's more than likely going to impact Madison. And then it's going to impact Widener as well. So if you live in Forest City, if you live in Madison, if you live in Widener, you need to be sheltered because a tornado is very likely on the ground and headed for your location. Let me check. I don't. Well, there are so many tornado warnings that they're stacked on one another. So I can check for her. I mean, I literally don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. So she's still under a tornado warning right now. Minette is still under a tornado warning. Tell her to stay sheltered, Jordan. Tell her to stay sheltered for another 20 minutes or so. 15 minutes, for sure. So I just got a new tornado warning as well, guys. Trying to keep up. That includes, and it's an observed tornado. Let's go down there and look at that. It's in southwest Arkansas. This is an observed tornado south of Stamps, Arkansas. So if you live south of Stamps, if you live near Waldo, if you live near McNeil, Magnolia, if you live in northern sections specifically of Columbia County, if you live south of Willisville, if you live north of Taylor, Arkansas, you need to be sheltered because it's possible that a tornado is on the ground. The National Weather Service listed this as an observed tornado. Need to be sheltered on this southwest Arkansas storm. It's kind of down here by itself, folks. We might be dealing with this for a while. Camden, Bearden, Fordyce, Hampton. This is your early heads up. You've got a dangerous supercell to your southwest that we could be dealing with here within the next hour or so, okay? Moving back up to central Arkansas, we'll cover those, and then we'll go back to northeast Arkansas. To me, the most dangerous storm in this little lump here is the Forest City storm. Very dangerous circulation now passing just south of Forest City. We just spoke about this. This is east of Palestine. This eventually might cross Interstate 40. Crazy. Widener and Madison, you need to be sheltered. There's likely a tornado. If there's not a tornado, it could happen quick. So definitely would recommend being sheltered on that. And then switching out of the Memphis radar. We've got a tornado warning that includes areas out to Parkin, Earl, Gilmore, Birdsong, Bassett, Joyner, and Wilson. Then we have another tornado warning that includes Mark Tree, Lepanto, Dias, Kaiser, Etowah, Caraway, and Victoria, Dell, Manila, Lake City still. I think a lot of these are overlapping, but it's tough to distinguish each respective circulation. But there's also circulation there between Waldenburg and Harrisburg, again, where the tornado originated earlier, that went up to Bay. And it looks like there's also another circulation here near Cotton Plant. Phone's got to be plugged in for a second. So there's a circulation southwest of Hazen that looks like it's turned into mush a little bit, which is a great sign. Not seeing much in the Cotton Plant circulation either. I think the Forest City one is the most concerning in the short term. And then, of course, we have the observed here in southwest Arkansas. Yeah, let's go back to that one. I think this is the only observed I have right now on the board. This is an observed tornado. That includes, we'll go ahead and list off the county information for you guys. Why didn't that show up? So this is an observed tornado per the National Weather Service. And the warning goes for eastern Lafayette County, southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Union County. And this is regions of each county. It doesn't include all the counties. It includes south central Arkansas, Nevada County, and northern Columbia County until 8 p.m. So at 7:14 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located near Canfield, or 9 miles south of Stamps, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So that's an old report. So the tornado might not still be on the ground, but we need to treat it like it is until told otherwise per the National Weather Service. Looking at velocity, this is the rotation tracker. This is where your circulation is. So it's just south of Stamps right now. It's headed for Waldo. I actually saw a tornado in Waldo 3 years ago, I think. So I'm familiar with this area somewhat. Magnolia, you take Magnolia, there's a highway that goes northwest out of town where you can branch off to go to Stamps, or you can stay on one side and it'll take you to Waldo, or east to McNeil, you can go north up to Willisville, and this is moving off to the northeast. So if you live in Waldo, you need to be sheltered. If you live in McNeil, you need to be sheltered. Magnolia, you're in the polygon, so go ahead and shelter just in case this thing takes a right turn. But certainly a very dangerous situation unfolding in southwest Arkansas. This is kind of the only tornado warning in that part of the state right now. I'm in shock with some of the footage of the tornadoes from northeast Arkansas that we have. It's like life-changing. I mean, just some of the stuff doesn't even look real. It's so insane. The tornado near Lake City and Leachville and Manette. I mean, oh my Lord. Want to reiterate one more time before I move back to northeast Arkansas and eastern Arkansas. Waldo and McNeil, you've got to be sheltered. You've got a tornado to your southwest. We're going to touch on Forest City and all that real quick. I mean, just multiple warnings up here still. We've got to get rid of some of these warnings, man. The circulation here near Forest City, someone just commented and asked about Forest City. The circulation looks like it's beyond you and to the east now near Widener. The circulation is right here near Widener. It's kind of paralleling I-40, it looks like, but it's going to pass over I-40 soon between Widener and Jeanette, somewhere in here. The circulation is right here. It's kind of right over Widener, and it's going to go to the northeast. So Forest City, for the moment, is in the clear. We also have a circulation here near Cotton Plant. That's going to be moving off to the east-northeast near Hunter. And then we've just got overlapping tornadoes warnings for days up here. It's almost like the National Weather Service just took it upon themselves to warn every single circulation that they thought could exist. And I don't blame them after what just happened. Yeah, I mean, you cannot be too careful. Clay County warning is expired, so there's one off the board. Craighead County still in a warning. I don't see anything that jumps off the screen at me for this one. Looks like they just canceled another warning down here. I see the circulation that passed between Waldenburg and Harrisburg, but it looks like that one's really broadened out. It was much stronger there when it was southwest of Waldenburg. That might have produced another tornado. And then the circulation near Desark as it moved up to Cotton Plant was quite a bit stronger there east of Desark. You can see it right here whenever we loop it. Oh, wow, look at it now. So this circulation moving into Hunter, if you're in Hunter, you need to be in a shelter. Very well could be producing a tornado now. Tough to see off the something like this. The radar side here is not the greatest. Certainly want to be sheltered, though, if you're in Hunter. That's a fairly new scan. The circulation itself is right here. Okay. Hunter's right here. It's going to be crossing into Hunter soon. And there's our Forest City circulation. It's moved east to Forest City now, but the one we noted earlier. Let's go back down to southwest Arkansas and cover the confirmed tornado warning. And this is headed for, folks, if you live in Magnolia, if you live in Waldo, if you live in McNeil, you need to be sheltered. This storm's not moving as fast as those other ones. I think this one's moving more so 40, 45 miles an hour. Yes, Forest City's fine for now, for the moment. We've got more storms to the west, so we'll have to see how that evolves. But the circulation is right here. It doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. Would still be sheltered. Certainly take it serious. But if you're in Waldo, McNeil, near Magnolia, I know a lot of people, there's a school in Magnolia, a college in Magnolia. If you live in northern sections of Columbia County, I would certainly be sheltered. Can't keep up with my notifications. I've got people sending me stuff left and right. I get it, but looks like there's large hail in the storm. Somebody just sent me a fairly large hail photo from Forest City as well. Before I leave this storm, one more time, if you live near Stamps, Waldo, Magnolia, McNeil, Northern Columbia County, if you live southeast of Willisville, you need to be sheltered due to this supercell moving off to the east-northeast. This could eventually downstream impact areas like Stevens, Camden, so Ouachita County, Bearden, perhaps places north of Hampton near Fordyce. We've got severe thunderstorms moving through central Arkansas. I know that the tornado warnings have gotten all the attention, rightfully so, but we have severe thunderstorms moving through central Arkansas now, and that will continue to push off to the east. And we have tornado warnings just everywhere in northeast Arkansas and eastern Arkansas right now. We're going to do some updates here on these storms. This is our circulation that passed by Forest City. It looks like it's headed kind of in the direction of Crawfordsville and Jeanette. It may stay south of Earl. If you live in Marion, Jericho, areas near West Memphis or Edmondson, you're included in the polygon, so you need to keep a close eye on this storm as it parallels I-40 to the east and eventually off to the northeast. So once again, Jeanette, Crawfordsville, Clarkdale, Jericho, and Marion. It does include parts of West Memphis and then Edmondson. The circulation in question is here. Okay, it's kind of right over I-40. I wonder if there's an iDrive camera we can look at on that. That'll give us a view of that storm and see what it looks like. Looks like there is. We'll see what it looks like. Oh, wow. You can't see it very well, but you can definitely see the Supercell on the back left side of that screen. It might be even better here. Too much rain. Well, the backside of that storm is scary looking, that's for sure. Folks, you definitely want to take this one serious. Somebody asked me about Lepanto, Mark Tree, and Etowah earlier. You are under a tornado warning right now. Mark Tree, it looks like the circulation is to your northeast now. Lepanto, you need to be sheltered. Caraway, you need to be sheltered. And Etowah, you need to be sheltered as well. Those storms are going to continue passing through to the east. Jonesboro is still under a tornado warning, but I would expect... I don't know if Jonesboro and that area will remain included in the latest warnings. It looks like the circulation is there south. Yeah, so it really passed by Harrisburg and is moving off to the east towards Bay and Truman once again. I think Jonesboro, for the most part, is going to be okay. Really strong winds, though, likely moving into Cherry Valley now. Just judging off what I'm looking at here, I would say that the most dangerous circulation in this bunch is the circulation here on I-40. But yeah, that circulation there along I-40, it's going to be coming up on Jeanette soon. Yeah, it's headed towards Crawfordsville. It's headed up for, just in total, we can look at it from a grand scale here. I think it stays south of Parkin, but it could impact Earl, Crawfordville, Jeanette, Jericho, Clarkdale, Terrell, and so on. Marion as well. So the sirens are going off in Forest City, I understand, but it looks like the circulation is moving off to your east now. So technically, I think she's still under a warning. Yes, she's fine. She's fine. They should cancel it soon. You can tell her that she's okay. I'm okay. I'll get some in just a little bit. I'm okay. Thank you. I'll get some food in a little bit. There's another circulation here too that's just east of Cotton Plant. Just north of Hunter. This warning goes out. That's a smaller polygon. I'm sure they'll probably end up advancing that warning. We checked the storm here in southwest Arkansas too. Man, I got a headache right now. Looking at a computer screen all day will do that. This circulation is tightened up a little bit and it's headed right for Waldo. Areas just west of Waldo in Columbia County. It's in the Columbia County range now, northern Columbia County. So if you live anywhere near Waldo, surrounding vicinity, you've got a circulation headed into town now. It's right here. This was a confirmed tornado earlier. I don't know if it still is. It's a radar indicated for now. So, oh man. It looks like some of our warnings have been allowed to expire or have been canceled, which is a fantastic sign for eastern Arkansas. Storms are starting to get a little bit messier, which is, much appreciated right now. The bulk of the activity is starting to fill into eastern Arkansas. I know a lot of you are worried about Little Rock. Guys, Little Rock, you're good. You're good. Might still be storming. You're okay. The worst of this is well off to the east and in northeast Arkansas and in south Arkansas. Now we're going to have to watch. We're going to have to watch this part of the state now. Because, we've had some stuff down here. We had a couple of smaller storms that produced tornadoes. But, these storms eventually, this supercell right here, I feel like has some longevity to it until it gets caught up. Which means that it could eventually impact areas down here south, Camden, up to Fordyce, and so on. Maybe even up areas north of Warren. So, we'll have to watch that close. But a lot of this stuff moving through central Arkansas is just strong thunderstorms. It's windy, it's rainy, it's noisy. The tornado risk is still existing out here to the east. This is where it was highest all day. This is an interesting polygon. What's up with this? Well, there's a circulation there. That's our storm or circulation that we were looking at near Hunter earlier. Oh, God. My head is killing me. Still have a circulation here near Jeanette. It's broad, but it counts. This is what I'm talking about here, guys. Okay, so we're watching that as it moves off to the northeast. If you're in Crawfordsville, Jericho, or Clarkdale, you need to be sheltered. Okay, you're running out of time. It's moving off to the northeast. Yeah, thank you.
Here.
Thank you. Tylenol. I need a Tylenol bad. I'm trying to get this report sent out, guys, and we'll go back to the circulation. So this circulation is moving off to the northeast towards Crawfordsville. It's going to pass real close to Jeanette. And it looks like they have reissued the warning for wind. Right? Did I read that correctly just now? Yeah, so that expires in an hour. And that circulation is the one that passed near Hunter earlier. Sorry, guys, I got a headache. It's moving off to the east-northeast and includes places like Wynn, Parkin, Earl, and Cherry Valley, and even as far northeast as Mark Tree and Tyronza, Gilmore, and Terrell. And there's also a tornado warning that extends well off. It's due to the circulation near Dias now, and it's moving off to the northeast, includes Kaiser and Etowah. The tornado warning in northeast Arkansas, if the sirens are still going off in Lake City and Manette and Leachville and Black Oak, folks, that expires in 3 minutes, and I would expect the National Weather Service, unless we have something else, I would expect that to be canceled. So this storm, I feel like in the short term, is our biggest concern. Near Jeanette. It's about to be on Crawfordsville. If you live... So, just for reference sake, if you live on Highway 64, let's say you leave Marion and you head on 64 like you're going to Earl, okay? From Marion to Earl. If you live on 64 near Crawfordsville, this circulation is going to be on you quick. It's probably on you now or getting close. If you live anywhere near the Philadelphia Church or anywhere in and around Crawfordsville, you need to be sheltered. And then moving up to the northeast, if you live in Jericho or Clarkdale near off 55, I think it's, 77? Is that 77 that runs off? Yeah, it is. Okay, so 77 runs off to the east from 55. This circulation is strengthening and could produce a tornado at any time. As we've seen today, it doesn't take much. Folks, whenever these things want to do it, and they do it big. So I would most certainly take it very, very serious. Post an image on Facebook explaining who took it, where it was, and people still asking, where is it? I don't know what's going on with that. Let's go back and check on the Southwest Arkansas storms while we have it, a chance. You know, there's only a small lump of warnings. So it looks like that circulation now has just passed through Waldro, and this looks to me like it has fizzled some compared to earlier. notice it kind of looked like it was a little bit tighter there just southwest of town. See that right there? And where it's a little bit more broad now. Would still be sheltered if you live in Stevens, Waldo, McNeil, areas southeast of Willisville. Yeah, I see that. So it looks like too, I know it might look confusing because there's a lot going on, but the National Weather Service has multiple tornado warnings in this area, but they also have a large severe thunderstorm warning polygon that kind of just encompasses the area. Because even if you don't deal with a tornado warning in northeast Arkansas right now or eastern Arkansas, you're still likely going to deal with severe criteria thunderstorms. But this circulation that we've really been focusing on is moving toward Crawfordsville now, and it's close. Highway 64 from Marion to Earl near Crawfordsville, you need to be sheltered. We're making progress, guys. We're chipping away at these warnings, but this one right here, I think, is certainly the most concerning for the time being. It's about to cross Highway 64. It's going to be in Jericho and Clarkdale soon. So 55 and Highway 77. See, we've got an iDrive camera that we can look at in reference sake for that. I think there's a camera that we can look at that's off of 55. It's getting dark. There's just not a whole lot you can see. Yeah. A lot of lightning, that's about it. Pretty typical. So, sorry guys, I'm not trying to be quiet and not talk. I've got hundreds and hundreds of reports that I'm going through, and I'm trying to make sure I cover this accordingly too. We still have tornado warnings up, but I've got people curious about loved ones. I mean, we've had violent tornadoes, strong tornadoes at times. It's almost a little bit overwhelming to get caught up, but I'll catch up with it in a little bit. Really worried about the supercell that's moving towards Clarkdale. I feel like, as it stands right now, it's 7:49 p.m. I feel like this is our most imminent concern whenever it comes to tornadoes. I know that we have the tornado warnings here near Wynn and Cherry Valley, But looking at that last round of circulations, I understand why the National Weather Service has it issued, but this supercell here has more access. It's a little bit cleaner air. If you'll notice here, the National Weather Service has went ahead and issued severe thunderstorm warnings down the line, except for Stuttgart and Clarendon, to account for these stronger storms that are moving to the east towards the Mississippi River. And then we still have the tornado warning to the southwest in southwest Arkansas, and we can go ahead and look at that now too, because it looks like they have issued a new tornado warning that includes parts of Ouachita County. We can go over the text now. So, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over McNeil, so they're near Waldo, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. And the areas included for this warning is west central Calhoun County and then Ouachita County. So this new warning, parts of Calhoun, Ouachita County, it does include the city of Camden. So if you're watching this and you live in Camden, let's look at Shreveport. It might be a little bit better look. This circulation looks a little bit better than it did earlier. Folks, if you live in Camden, if you live near Stevens, if you live southeast of Willisville, if you live in southwestern and west central sections of Ouachita County, you need to be sheltered. The circulation's right here. This is the circulation center moving off to the east-northeast, okay? I'm going to say that again. If you live in Camden, if you live in East Camden, if you live in Luann, you need to be sheltered because you have a circulation to your southwest that's moving northeast, east-northeast towards your location. Magnolia, you're still included in the polygon, but this warning will likely expire soon. It expires in 8 minutes. So the sirens are probably going off in Stamps. They're probably going off in Magnolia. They might still be going off in Waldo, and for good reason. I think you should still be sheltered in Waldo and McNeil. That's very close to you. But if they're going off in Bradley or Garland because of the county-based sirens, you're good to go. But like I said earlier, this is moving off to the east-northeast. It will soon enter Ouachita County and head toward Camden. So if you're in Camden, take shelter. If you're in East Camden, take shelter. If you live in southwest or western sections of Ouachita County, you need to be sheltered. We've got 4 tornado warnings left in west or in eastern Arkansas. Dadgummit. And it looks like these two. We've got this one to worry about here north of Parkin. Okay? And that's moving off to the east-northeast. So Gilmore, Terrell, Tyronza, Mark Tree, you're included Birdsong. And then we've got the warning, the circulation just to the southeast near Clarkdale and Jericho. Looks like it's about to cross 55 now on Highway 77 near Clarkdale. So if you're anywhere in that area, you need to be sheltered too. We also have a warning here for southern sections of Mississippi County. I would expect significant damage in Clay County. People asking me to tell them about tornado warnings. Guys, I'm live. You can come in here and listen to me talk about it. I promise I'll tell you. People are still figuring out that I'm covering stuff live. So we discussed these 2 warnings. Clarkdale, areas north of Parkin, north of Earl, up towards Gilmore, and Tyronza, you need to be sheltered. Let's go back down to southwest Arkansas and focus on this storm for just a moment. Circulation's right here. Just north of McNeil. And it's headed off to the east-northeast into Ouachita County soon. Areas southeast of Ralston and Willisville. Yeah, people have been sharing it today. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that people are actually watching the live. I feel it's so much easier to get information out sitting here talking instead of making 17,000 tornado warning posts. I wouldn't have been able to cover it today like this without the live coverage. So, yeah, this storm has kind of been plaguing us now for a couple of hours. It started down in Miller County and Lafayette County. It's now moved through Columbia County and is soon going to be moving into Ouachita County. And like I said earlier, if you're in Camden, East Camden, let's pull out the map. Let's pull out the map real quick and we can talk about some of the individual locations here. So if you live on... So if you go to Camden and you get on Highway 79, it'll take you down to Stevens. If you live anywhere along 79, you need to be sheltered. If you take 376 out of Camden by the Mount Olive Baptist Church, it'll take you to 278, which goes west. 278 goes for quite a ways out west. I've been on 278 from Ralston to Camden. That's a pretty rural area of our state. But there's people that live out there. So if you live west of Camden on Highway 278, you need to be sheltered. There's a circulation to your southwest that's moving east-northeast towards your location. Looks like this is maintaining a fairly steady east-northeast track as well. So if you live in and around Camden, you can bet that this is likely going to impact you here within the next, we'll say 30 minutes or so, because this storm's moving pretty quick. I think it was moving earlier around 40 to 45 miles an hour. Yeah, no, 50. So it's moving northeast at 50. It won't take it long to be there if you live in Camden. So we've got a new tornado warning, it looks like, for areas near Stuttgart and Clarendon. So we'll go ahead and hop over to the Little Rock radar and look at this one. It's for this circulation right here. It does look a little broad, but certainly worth noting. If you live in Ulm, areas just northeast and east of Stuttgart, if you live in Holly Grove has been in so many tornado warnings today. Let me look at the county information. We can go over that. Clarendon, you're also included in Rowe. So this is regions of Arkansas, Monroe, and Prairie County, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So looking at it from this vantage point, looking at the velocity, here's your circulation. Okay, this is your focus. And this is moving off to the east-northeast. So it just passed by Stuttgart just a few moments ago, and it's headed off to the east. So Ulm, you're up next. Rowe, areas around and north of Holly Grove and Clarendon, you're next as well. So keep that in mind over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Let's go back up and check on our other storms to the northeast. My wife is texting me and telling me I need to eat dinner. I do need to eat dinner. So it looks like the circulation down to the west isn't as apparent as it once was. And it looks like the circulation that we had near Clarkdale earlier looks like it's broadening out quite a bit too. You can see it here. See how it was tighter? Looks like winds getting gusted out here. I kind of wonder if looking at the reflectivity will tell a different story. Yeah, looks like that supercell starting to get a little bit more ingested. Things are getting messy. Much appreciated. Doesn't mean the tornado risk is going away, but I feel like the messier the storm mode gets, it's got to help us eventually. I think it's a good time for a reset, if you ask me. So, I know a lot of you probably coming in and out of the stream today. I've been live for several hours now. We've had a very rough day, and I'm just worried about our people. I hope we haven't had any loss of life. But we have severe thunderstorms across a large part of the state right now. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we'll just say 5 tornado warnings as of 8 o'clock. We've got a tornado warning down near Camden. We've got a tornado warning here that's over to the east of Little Rock near Stuttgart, Ulm, and Rowe. A tornado warning near Wynn. And then we have a couple of tornado warnings here near Osceola. Man, my radar is such a joke sometimes. Good Lord. We have some tornado warnings here near Osceola, down to just areas north of Marion. Doesn't include Marion, but that's about to cross the Mississippi River and out of Arkansas. And the other tornado warning to the north, while it does include a very small sliver of Mississippi County, it's moving off to the east-northeast. So that's kind of where we're setting right now. If you live in a polygon, you need to be sheltered. I really want people to understand, if you live in South Arkansas, this is the only South Arkansas tornado warning we have right now, and it does include Camden. So for those of you who are wondering who's in the clear, this is the best I can do right here, guys. Basically, from here down, you're okay. Okay, everything to the east of this, we're still working on it. So Little Rock, Searcy, Newport, Batesville, Glenwood, Arkadelphia, down to Hope, Texarkana, you should be good. That doesn't mean you won't have any more storms, but the severe weather risk, the heightened risk for severe weather, is moving off to the east continually. Okay. Looks like there's a very large wall cloud on the storm near Marion. I just got a report on Twitter of that. So this is the storm that he's talking about. They're north of Marion. We have severe weather tomorrow. We could do this all over again tomorrow with severe weather and tornadoes. And then again on Friday. So we'll talk about that more later, unfortunately. That circulation looks like it's going to continue moving off to the east. It's about to cross the Mississippi River and be out of our life forever. We'll go back and look down at this storm that was near Stuttgart earlier that had a tornado warning on it. Yeah, no, I hope tomorrow is not as bad as today. We literally just cannot afford that right now. Our state needs a break. Bad. So there is a circulation here just southwest of Rowe. And it does include Clarendon, Holly Grove. I think it'll stay north of Holly Grove, but I would still be sheltered if you do live in Holly Grove. But the circulation there is just southwest of Rowe. It's moving off to the east-northeast towards Rowe and Clarendon. Yeah, so Hannah, I know it's confusing, but a lot of these warnings, the polygons, so you have this one here near, so looking out of Memphis, we'll look from Memphis real quick. The Northeast Arkansas warnings, this one is moving off into Missouri and Tennessee, so that's of no concern for Arkansas. This one here is moving over the Mississippi River now and off into Tennessee. We've got another polygon near Osceola, also along the river. The circulation itself is pretty much over the Mississippi River now. There's another polygon here near that includes Wynn, Cherry Valley, Mark Tree, Taranza, Parkin. Looping this, you can see where the circulation was earlier, but that looks like it's now gone, and I would expect this warning to be canceled very soon. Looks like there's just some strong winds moving through. And then Northeast Arkansas, Jonesboro, Brooklyn, that part of the state, there is no tornado warnings. Hey, Gina, are you safe? Uh-huh. Okay. 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 So you guys need help, is what you're saying? Like, you guys need help in the town? Uh-huh. Okay. 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 So not good. Okay. Okay. You're okay. You're all right. You're all right. I know. I know. You just got hit by a big tornado. I understand. Okay. Okay. I will check back in with you. I may have a tornado head for Camden, so I'm gonna hop off here and cover that. I will check base with you, and I'll share reports from the area too if needed, as far as getting help up there. Okay. You don't have to worry about helping me, Gina. You just got hit by a tornado. Don't worry about helping me. I understand. I'll talk to you soon, okay? All right, no problem. Bye. That was Gina Jackson, one of my YouTube moderators. She's helped me for a long time. She was hit by the tornado in Manette earlier, so I'm trying to get in touch with her. Folks, if you live in Camden, we need to be sheltered. The circulation has really picked up steam here just southwest of town, and it looks like, judging by the way the radar is evolving, it's going to be real close to Camden. If it doesn't go right into Camden, it might go just north of Camden. It's really going to be too close to call. Certainly need to be sheltered if you live in Camden. Going back up into eastern Arkansas, we only really have one tornado warning. Well, so these two warnings here, having the radar off shows it better. These two warnings will likely be canceled soon. They're moving, or maybe not necessarily for Tennessee, but for Arkansas, the circulations are crossing the Mississippi River now. This one doesn't even include Arkansas. The only two tornado warnings right now that are applicable to Arkansas, in my opinion, as far as immediate threats, are the one here near Camden, and then we have another one here that's east of Stuttgart, moving off to the northeast near Clarendon. And the circulation there isn't as tight as it was earlier. The most dire concern in the immediate short term is the circulation that's approaching Camden, Arkansas. So, and if you're not under tornado warnings, I'll switch it back to reflectivity real quick, and I can show you a lot of this activity. Well, it's better out of Little Rock. Lord, give me just a second. I know a lot of you are likely dealing with thunderstorms. It's probably crazy noisy outside. You've got severe thunderstorm activity ongoing here across a large chunk of central and eastern and northeast Arkansas, and then another segment here in southern and southwest Arkansas. So if you live northwest of that, on the western and northern side of the state, north central, northwest Arkansas, there's nothing going on. You're fine. We'll have more chances for storms tomorrow, but for right now, this is all we have going. We really want to focus down here on Camden, and of course this one, it looks like they just issued another tornado warning, though, near Forest City. So let's go ahead and cover that real quick. We'll address that situation. I'm wondering if they're just doing this as a continuation of the warning that was to the southwest. No, it might be a completely different one. I don't know. It's kind of hard to see with the range folding. So there's a circulation here just northwest of Morrow. Terrible drawing. But it does include, once again, so the sirens are probably going off again in Forest City, Caldwell, Colt, Haines, and Palestine. That circulation is moving off to the northeast and will head towards Forest City. So if you live in Forest City, go ahead and take shelter again because you got another circulation to your southwest. We need to jump back down and talk about Camden because this one I feel like is the most dire concern in the short term. So Really tough on radar coverage here, folks. But a circulation is going to be moving into town here pretty soon, or at least close to town in Camden. It does. The polygon also includes East Camden too. So once again, Camden and East Camden need to be sheltered. And then we had those two other warnings here in eastern Arkansas that we're trying to focus on. Yeah, so seeing some comments about Pine Bluff. Yeah, you're okay in Pine Bluff, but it's probably pretty noisy. Severe thunderstorm is moving off to your east now, so you should be okay in Pine Bluff. The worst of it's moving out. And then we have these two tornado warnings, one near Clarendon, and the other one is going to soon impact Forest City. Holy cow, I just got a picture of a tornado in Clarkdale. Thank you, I appreciate it. I just talked to Gina on the phone. She said it's bad.
I was watching your live.
There's a huge tornado in Clarkdale just a few minutes ago. This is crazy. Andrea, yeah, if you're in wind right now, you're not under a tornado warning. It's storming there, but Colt is under a tornado warning right now, though, and it's due to the circulation near Morrow, and that's going to head off to the northeast here with time, more so towards Forest City. I-40 should stay south of Wynn at this time. I think so. I'll get some food whenever this is done.
What do you want?
There's no way I'd be able to eat right now.
I know, but what do you want so I can go ahead and...
I don't know, Jay. I don't have an appetite right now. I appreciate you asking, though. I'm good for the time being.
At least finish
I'll
this
drink
so
it.
it'll help your headache.
Folks, you need to be sheltered if you live in Camden. If you live around Camden, if you live in East Camden, there's a circulation that's going to pass fairly close, if not right on town. It's dark. You're not going to see it. There's a lot of lightning. There's a lot of rain. You need to be sheltered. That's mainly for Ouachita County and far western sections of Calhoun County, too. Then we've got the tornado warning here near Holly Grove. The circulation is right on Holly Grove. And then last but not least, we've got our other circulation here that's just southwest of Palestine, southwest of Forest City. It's going to move off towards Forest City. But the circulation here is just southwest of Palestine. This is what we're watching. There's your circulation center here. And this is going to move off to the east, northeast, right at Palestine and Forest City. We only have 3 tornado warnings in the state right now, I believe. These other tornado warnings, the circulations have now crossed the Mississippi. I think. Close, yeah. I think we're good there. The circulation... I got an image of a tornado in that same area earlier. There was definitely a tornado on the ground in Crawfordville earlier. I'm getting a lot of videos of it. Yeah, I'm worried about Camden. Hopefully everybody's sheltered there. And it's in a very tough spot in the state. Where are the kids? Where are they?
One's in our room.
Oh, all right. Yeah. The circulation's headed into Camden now. I mean, this is a scan from 8/19, so it's probably in Camden. This is not a confirmed warning. It's a radar indicated warning. It is warned for 1-inch hail, so you could be dealing with large hail on top of the tornado threat. But I certainly would like for everyone in and around Camden and East Camden to be sheltered. I've said it like 100 times now. So hopefully anyone who's in that area is sheltered. Stina, no. West Memphis is, I don't think West Memphis is good right now. You've got a lot of storms to your west, tornado warnings included. So I can't give you an all clear with that activity to your west because you're about to get another line of storms here pretty quick. Sirens are going off in Forest City. Yeah, that's due to the circulation here. Let me loop it. It's passing to the north and northeast of Morrow. It looks like it's broadening out some, which is a good sign. And then we have the other circulation here near Holly Grove. You can see if we zoom in here, it's passing north of Holly Grove and east of Clarendon now. And this is going to move off to the northeast towards Morrow again. So Morrow's probably going to be under another tornado warning. A lot of people asking about Wynn. Wynn is not under a tornado warning right now, guys. It's all to the south. Unless this storm near Haines and Palestine takes a hard left turn, you should be good to go in Wynn. Pine Bluff is fine. Stuff's moved off to the east. No tornado warnings in Pine Bluff. Obviously, if you're in Pine Bluff, you've got some tornado warnings to your southwest in Camden, but I think most of that would move off to the east before it reached you. There's severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of Jefferson County. That goes over to the east, so it's probably noisy, especially down to Stuttgart. That's entering parts of Arkansas County. Some of the hail on that storm earlier in Forest City was fairly large. I'm going to zoom out the radar for just a second and get another report sent in. So Clarkdale, this report near Clarkdale was around 30 minutes ago. Clarkdale, spell that right. Make sure I got this right. Okay. I've got that uploaded on Facebook. Another report. That's another strong tornado. That's a wedge tornado is what it was near Clarkdale, Arkansas. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do all this and get warnings sent out and information sent out. Let's go ahead and check on our Camden storm. We'll go back up to the north. It looks like, oh my gosh, this has moved through Camden. I don't have any reports of damage from Camden, which is good. This warning expires now, so we'll see if we have a continued issuance. They did issue it out. So they issued it well out, all the way to Kingsland. So we'll go ahead and talk about that. So Bearden, Thornton, Fordyce, and Kingsland, you're up next. A circulation that just passed through Camden. Blytheville should be fine, whoever just commented that. So if you live in Bearden, Thornton, Fordyce, or Kingsland, the circulation's up. You're up next. So this area, this area, this area, this area, we're talking about this. So the circulation center that just passed through Camden is moving to the east-northeast. I can go ahead and read off the county information real quick. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Camden, so this is very recent. This is 8:29 p.m. It's moving northeast at 40, so if you're in Bearden or in Thornton, Fordyce, or Kingsland, you don't have a whole lot of time. It's moving northeast at 40. These storms today have been moving pretty quick, so would certainly be on your toes and be sheltered whenever it comes to this storm. And this storm kind of has just been doing whatever it wants. It's kind of down here by itself. It's been a really a pain in the butt for several of our southwest and southern Arkansas counties. And then our only two other tornado warnings in the state are these two here. The one near Forest City and one near Clarendon. So we can look at velocity for both of these. So there's a circulation here that is between Holly Grove and Morrow. You can see it on velocity here. Okay. So if you live in Morrow, you need to be sheltered again because this is headed off to the northeast towards you. You're already in a polygon due to the circulation that was near Forest City. So you're likely going to have to do this all over again. You've sheltered, I think, 3 or 4 times today. You're about to have to do it again. I know it's not funny, but it's getting comical to this point where storms are just training over and over and over. But I do like the fact that storms are starting to, we've got this one down here that's kind of on its own. But this group of storms, this is pushing off to the east. This is eventually going to cross the Mississippi River. If you're in Osceola, yeah, you're out of that polygon that was issued to your east. Hold on. Let's switch to the Memphis radar. You can't see anything from Little Rock there. I don't know why I did that. So yeah, it looks like for the most part, Osceola is going to be okay. You're on the back side of the nastiness. Now, with that being said, the storms to the southwest are a little bit different. We've got some really strong storms. It goes from all the way from Wilson, Joyner, Clarkdale, Terrell, Jeanette, down to Haynes, and so on. And it looks like we've got a new tornado warning. Dadgummit. Here near Stuttgart. And wouldn't you know it, Elmira's close. Elmira got hit by a tornado earlier today. DeWitt, St. Charles has been under a few tornado warnings today. I'm sure the people who live in this area are sick of this. Circulation's right here. That's what we're focusing on, okay? So if you live in DeWitt, if you live in Elmira or St. Charles, you need to be sheltered. And then, of course, we've spoke about this at length. We have a tornado threat down here in South Arkansas. We'll switch over to reflectivity. Right here, the circulation center's here moving towards Bearden, Thornton, Fordyce, and eventually it could be in Kingsland. We'll have to see what happens in Risen, but just be on guard. I haven't heard. Yes, Ward and BB are in the clear. I haven't heard about any, obviously some of the major stuff when it comes to people. Damage, some of the damage that I've heard from Lake City's bad. That was a violent tornado. Leechville, Manette, some of the damage is bad up there. So, yeah, oil trough is fine. Folks, if you live west of this line, you're fine. That's a lot of the state. So if you live in Little Rock, Arkadelphia, Gurdon, Glenwood, Hot Springs, BB, Searcy, Batesville, Jonesboro, and West, you're fine. If you live in far eastern and southeast Arkansas, the concern is for you. Stuttgart, it's storming like crazy right now, but you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is to your southeast. You can see it here. More so for Elmira, DeWitt, and St. Charles. And then we've got, it looks just like one continued warning for the circulations that we were dealing with here earlier. My Lord. And we've got the circulation here near Morrow, right here. Morrow, you need to be in your safe spot. This thing can produce a tornado pretty quick, and it's going to be right on top of you. And then looking out of Memphis, the Memphis radar site, that's a strong circulation. That's much stronger than the one to the east. Yeah, if you live in Morrow, you need to be sheltered. There's also a circulation southeast of Forest City that sparked the warning initially. Yes, if you're in Little Rock, you're fine. We have more severe weather tomorrow. Whenever everything starts to wrap up, we'll discuss tomorrow, because we might have more tornadoes and stuff tomorrow and Friday. We've got tornadoes all down the line here, but most of these aren't in Arkansas. They have now moved off into Tennessee. We have 3 tornado warnings in Arkansas now, and we can go over them. We've got one here near Camden. We've got one here southeast of Stuttgart near Elmira and DeWitt, Arkansas County, and then we've got our Forest City storm, but the circulation is strongest there near Morrow. Edward, I doubt it. Looks like we've got a new tornado warning too that was just issued. Monticello has a severe weather risk. It's going to become most apparent here over the next hour or two. So, thank you. Yeah, Jennifer, I'm exhausted. It'll be all right though. Part of the job. I'll survive. So this new tornado warning includes Aubrey, Mariana, and goes up to Hughes. So this is going to be a little confusing looking likely because of the circulation here. I'm wondering if... What's the path on this? So I feel like this is kind of like a safeguard warning unless they're seeing something that I don't, because the circulation itself looks like it's secluding to the left here. Circulation kind of wraps up into Morrow. If you're in Morrow, once again, you need to be sheltered. Here's your initial circulation that goes off to Forest City and for Widener. And then here's the other circulation wrapping back in towards Morrow. It's arriving in Morrow now. It's pivotal that if you live in Morrow or around Morrow, or north of Aubrey or west of Mariana, that you're in a storm shelter. And then we have another tornado warning to the southwest here that includes areas of DeWitt, St. Charles, and Elmira. So in total, we've got, not counting the Mississippi River storms because the circulations are east of our coverage, in other states, we've got 4 tornado warnings. For those of you, I've had a lot of people asking about Marion. Let me cover Marion real quick. If you're in Marion, it's rough right now. That's the storms moving into Marion mean business. But you're not currently under a tornado warning, but we'll have to watch the tornado warnings to your southwest. So if you're in West Memphis, if you're in Edmondson, Jeanette, Marion, Clarkdale, etc., watch the activity to your southwest because there's tornado warnings there. You're not under a warning now. So hopefully that answers it. I have a lot of questions about Marion. So if you're in Fordyce, you are under a tornado warning due to this storm that's now likely moving into Bearden. Strong circulation moving towards Bearden. Right here. Folks, if you're in Bearden, Thornton, Fordyce, and Kingsland, you need to be sheltered. I feel like this storm has just been gaining steam by the minute compared to when it went into Camden. It's moved through Camden, and now it's moving towards Bearden. This is a pretty good distance from the radar site. But we have to really watch this one close as it moves up towards Bearden, Thornton, Fordyce, and then Kingsland. And eventually, maybe Risen. Risen's not in the warning for now. let's see and this is a beast of a supercell. You're not going to see this coming. If you live in Bearden, if you live in Fordyce, don't be outside trying to see it because you're just going to get blinded with hail and rain and thunder and wind. You're not going to be able to see a tornado wrapped in all that rain. If you're in Camden, the sirens are probably still going off, but those storms are moving off. The circulation's moving off to the east now, to where the concern for tornadoes is more so like by Bearden and whatnot. So Forest City, seeing questions about Forest City. Storming like the Dickens, that's for sure. But it looks like the circulation that spawned the tornado warning there is starting to track off to the east. But we have this other circulation here near Morrow that we're having to watch. That's somewhat close to Forest City. Sirens are probably going off in Forest City. We'll have to watch that activity as it moves off to the east-northeast with time. And then once again, we've got this activity here down near Elmira, DeWitt, St. Charles. Haley, that's going to change soon. West Memphis is about to get their share of storms. As a matter of fact, yeah, they're on your doorstep. If you're in West Memphis curious about storms, don't worry. They'll be there in just a moment, and there's a lot of them. It's going to be noisy. It's going to be loud. There's no tornadoes warning in West Memphis, but there's no tornadoes in Jonesboro. I have stuff posted on my page about the tornadoes that happened in Bay and Lake City and stuff earlier, but there's no tornado threat in Jonesboro right now. Stuttgart, yeah, so Stuttgart's not under a tornado warning. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is to your southeast and is not impacting you. Guys, I've got an intermission for just a second and use the restroom. I'll be right back. I've held it as long as I can. Hey, bud. Sorry, guys. I had to use the restroom. It's been like 7 hours since I've used the bathroom. So, all right, let's go back down the list here. This storm near Bearden. Moving into Bearden now. Really need to be in your shelter if you live in Bearden, Thornton, Fordyce, or Kingsland. Go back up to the northeast here. Yeah, you're good in Hot Springs. You have no worries, Hot Springs right now. We'll do this again tomorrow, but for tonight, for now, for the time being, you're good. With this other tornado warning that's still ongoing, Elmira has been excluded from the warning, thankfully, after what they dealt with earlier today. DeWitt and St. Charles is still included. I gotta put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Too many notifications. We have tornado warnings too. That includes Forest City, Haines, Palestine, Morrow, Aubrey, Mariana, and Hughes. So we'll go over that real quick. Looks like that circulation that was near Morrow earlier has dissipated some. It was strong though whenever it went near Morrow, or maybe not strong, but it was tight. It looks like that's fizzled some. That's a good sign. We can kind of go out and look at everything area wide here. We've got 4 tornado warnings to worry about in Arkansas. Okay, we'll go out of Little Rock and look at that radar site. The most concerning storm on the board, in my opinion, as of 8:47 p.m. is the Fordyce storm. This is a isolated supercell all by itself in an untapped area with no competition whatsoever. This stuff up here, I mean, yeah, we need to worry about it. We're going to watch it. I'm going to report on it. But it's just my opinion that this storm down here just has more potential, especially because this area, nothing's really happened in this area today. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Just to kind of give everyone a reset, if you're curious, if you live west of this line, you're good. Jonesboro, Paragould, you're good. Little Rock, Conway, Searcy, Hot Springs, Fort Smith, Springdale, Harrison, you're good. This is now a south central, southeast, and eastern Arkansas, mainly south of I-40 matter. We will have severe weather chances again tomorrow, okay? Tornado chances again tomorrow. Some could be strong. We could do the same thing again on Friday and maybe again on Saturday. So I need y'all to stay locked in with me because we've had some major problems today. We've had strong to violent tornadoes today, and we could have more problems tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be like today, but even if we have a few tornadoes tomorrow, it's more than we need. So if you decide to sign off and stop watching for the night, I get it. Just make sure you're locked in tomorrow. We'll have another stream if needed, and then of course get on Friday if needed too. So Monticello, I can't give you an all clear because nothing's really happened there. You're still kind of untapped. We'll see what happens with these storms to your west. Hopefully it just misses you and it moves off to the east, but it's pretty close there off to your west. Taylor, I think that the tornado risk tomorrow could be pretty high, but I think it will be more so south of I-40. That's just an initial thought. I haven't looked at the models tonight. I've been way too busy. So I'm just talking on stuff that I looked at this morning for tomorrow. There's going to be a warm front involved. Areas south of the warm front could be bad. Yeah, Little Rock's clear. Guys, if you're west of the line, you're good. Izard County can sleep. Yep. Dumas and Watson, we're still watching Dumas and Watson because we still have storm activity moving your way from the west. So, Fordyce, you're under a tornado warning. You've got a circulation headed your way now. The circulation is right here. It's so tough. Excuse me, guys. It's so tough in this part of Arkansas because we don't have the greatest radar coverage. So we're doing, I feel like, a lot of guessing. I hate that too. But the tornado warning exists well into Thornton, Fordyce, and Kingsland. And then we've got our tornado warnings here, Forest City, Mariana, and then this one near Elmira and DeWitt. Absolutely. I'm just not seeing much on these storms in eastern Arkansas. Forest City, Palestine, Haines, down to Mariana. There was a circulation earlier near Morrow that we were watching, but I'm just not seeing it right now. And then the tornado warning here near Elmira. Once again, I'm just not seeing a ton. I'm trying to pull up some model access for tomorrow to give you guys some clarity, but my phone is trash. It's worthless, man. I can pull this up real quick and check before we do another round through on our tornado warnings. Really, though, want to encourage everyone in Bearden, Thornton, and Fordyce to be sheltered. I'm going to leave the radar scan up on that one. I think this is our most problematic storm in the short term. So tomorrow looks a little bit more complex, where we'll have additional showers and thunderstorms that forms overnight and early Thursday morning across a large part of Arkansas. And it could be pretty widespread through a large part of the morning. But then I think tomorrow afternoon, we could have a corridor of enhanced tornado potential well south of I-40. How far south of I-40, I don't know. The latest models have it way south, like south of Pine Bluff. So a large part of the state would observe just general thunderstorms if that happens. But some of our state, specifically areas south of the warm front, could experience significant tornado risk. It's too early to say. We'll have to look at it in the morning and evaluate the atmosphere in the morning and see how many thunderstorms we're dealing with and how our atmosphere destabilizes tomorrow. Bearden, Thornton, and Fordyce, Kingsland, please remain in your shelters. And then we have our 3 other warnings here out of to worry about. So zooming out, we'll give everyone kind of a broad view of what we're dealing with here. I think it's time for an update anyhow. It is almost 9 o'clock. Unfortunately, we've dealt with some significant severe weather today, including violent tornadoes. It was expected. We've had strong tornadoes today. We've had significant damaging hail today. And I know a lot of you might be watching and you want to know, can we go to sleep? Right now, we've got 3 specific spots for tornado warnings, and I'll go over them with you. The first one is this one near Forest City. The circulation is now near Haines, Arkansas, so it's past Morrow. If you're in Morrow, it looks like the circulation has passed you to the east. There's a circulation there south of Palestine and Forest City. The warning polygon also includes Aubrey and Mariana. I don't know if they did that as a precautionary for the circulation earlier when it was near Morrow. But we have those 2 polygons to worry about. The circulation is near Haines now, so if you're in Forest City or Haines, you should probably remain sheltered. And then we have another circulation here near St. Charles that's moving off to the east. This is a radar indicated rotation. Kind of tough to see with this radar scans, but it looks like just a really stout storm moving through the area. Elmira, DeWitt, St. Charles, and areas south of Holly Grove, you're getting hit again. So just really unfortunate. And then last but not least, we've got just this beast of a thunderstorm, Supercell that is, down in northern sections of Ouachita County and parts of Calhoun County. And it's moving off to the northeast towards Rison and Kingsland. Kingsland is included in the warning. Is Rison, isn't that Dallas County? Or no, I'm not thinking right. Is it Cleveland or Dallas? I think it's Cleveland County. Rison's in Cleveland County. It's been a long day. But this circulation is moving off to the east-northeast near Thornton now. It's tough to say on this rotation. We're far away from the radar, so we're kind of getting the best sample we can, mid-level scans of that storm. But if you're in Fordyce or Kingsland, you need to be sheltered for sure. And then basically, if you live north of here, I know that there's severe thunderstorm warnings that extend up to Osceola, but those storms are moving over the Mississippi River now. Really, from areas from Memphis, Millington, Tennessee, kind of areas south is the bulk of our problems for right now. So, they're issuing severe thunderstorm warnings like crazy ahead of this because even if you don't deal with a tornado, you're still dealing with severe criteria thunderstorms. Shauna, I don't think so. we could have redevelopment overnight and into early tomorrow morning. Those storms could be stronger. I think it would be more of like a hail risk than anything. Tomorrow is a completely different animal. The setup will be much different than it was today. At least I think it will. And I'll go over that more probably tomorrow morning. And then I haven't looked at Friday enough to give an opinion. It's been too crazy with Sunday, Wednesday, and now tomorrow. There's flash flood warnings that have been issued, of course, due to heavy rain. Some of those will be allowed to expire. But a large part of Arkansas is under flash flood watches due to heavy rainfall expected through the next several days. Shay, if you're in West Memphis, it's storming on you now. Bulk of that activity will continue moving through. Same in Helena, West Helena, same as Memphis. Where would be the area for the highest tornado risk tomorrow? I would say south of I-40, south of Little Rock. So, please mute the troll. I'm sorry, I haven't seen a troll. Gina, if there's a troll on YouTube, will you block it? Sorry guys, I don't have time to look at that. But once again, I just want to say that this thing's a beast. It looks like the bulk of the circulation is now passing south of Thornton and Fordyce. When you look at this, I mean, guys, this thing, here's your hail core. Fordyce probably getting hit with some gross hail right now. Your inflow notch is right here. Just a classic supercell, man. Inflow notch is here. Your tornado is likely somewhere up in here. The forward flank fans out. I like to always do this, but man, talk about a monster of a storm. Probably continuous lightning. Just insane. A very, very dangerous thunderstorm. If you live near Thornton or Fordyce and over to Kingsland, certainly want you to be sheltered from this storm. We only have 2 other warnings outside of that one near Fordyce. That one near Fordyce is probably going to hold on for a while if I had to guess. I'm going to check my phone and look at reports for a second, guys. Some of the videos are insane. Yeah, so I saw your comment from Ryzen. Hayden, I see that storm, yeah. I would be surprised if we don't end up having tornado warnings that are extended towards, over by Kingsland up to Ryzen and so on with this storm. It may be just south of you, but we'll just have to see. Oh, it's all good. Guys, I'll eat in a minute. Whenever we're done for the night, I'll get some food. It's okay. I am good to go. I've been drinking my protein shake and drinking water all day. I am good to go. If it gets bad enough later, I'll grab food. Folks, we're down to 1 tornado warning. It's 9 p.m. The other 2 tornado warnings have been canceled. Unless you live near Fordyce, Arkansas, Thornton, or Kingsland, you don't have a tornado warning. So I want to make that clear. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Arkansas. from Osceola all the way down to DeWitt, Stuttgart, Helena, West Helena, Mariana, Forest City, Memphis. And that action's about to move over the Mississippi and into northern Mississippi and Tennessee. I'm so glad we're down to one tornado warning. I would give a good sum of money to keep it at that way and have no more for the rest of the night. So just to give you guys a reset, and so everyone knows, because I know a lot of people, are we in the clear? Are we in the clear? Are we in the clear? If you live west of this line, you're in the clear. That's a lot of the state. I mean, from Texarkana way up to northwest Arkansas, Harrison, Mountain Home, over to Paragould and Jonesboro, down to Little Rock, Pine Bluff, you're clear. Hot Springs, Searcy, Newport, Jonesboro, Batesville, Mount Olive, Russellville, Danville, Mena, you're good. Memphis, the nasty's on you now. The worst of this, West Memphis, it's moving now into eastern Arkansas. Forest City, Mariana, you can see the leading edge here. It's getting close to the Mississippi River. Guys, once this crosses the Mississippi River, the backside of the storms, you'll have to deal with thunderstorm activity, but the severe side should be moving off to the east. I have a lot of people down in Ashley, Chico, Union County, Drew counties that are wondering, what about us? I can't give you an all clear right now because we could have additional activity that moves through. There was some models that completely misses that part of the state tonight. We'll have more storms tomorrow. But if you're in Hamburg, El Loretta, Crossit, Eudora, Lake Village, maybe even in Vermont, it's kind of a wait and see thing right now, guys. So, yeah. Drake said, how do you get into weather? I've studied meteorology since I was a little kid. I've just always studied it. Even I went to college and studied different things. I continued meteorology. I just never stopped. I was a professional storm chaser for a few years. So just kind of furthered my base in meteorology there, and then kind of transitioned over into the forecasting and coverage side. So a little bit non-conventional broadcast Met school route, but it happened, made it happen. Some of the, I can't get over some of the videos and images. We're still dealing with this circulation and strong winds that are moving here south of Fordyce near Kingsland. The polygon for this storm expires in, if I can get it to pull up, 8 minutes. We'll see what happens with this storm. I wish it would leave us alone, but this thing might still cause us some problems for a little while. Christy, what do you need an update on? What have we not talked about? Leave me a comment. I'll see if I can get to it. Of course, Rebecca. Guys, we're only dealing with one tornado warning right now. West Memphis is storming on you now. Severe thunderstorms are moving into Memphis from Covington, Tennessee, down to Memphis, Tennessee, West Memphis, Forest City, Mariana, and all the way down to DeWitt. Strong winds is the concern. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate it. It's been a long day. Jonesboro's in the clear. Billy, you're good to go, brother. Get you some rest. More storms tomorrow. Thanks, Clifton. Appreciate you. No, Marion's not in the clear right now. You still have some stronger thunderstorms that are moving through the area. Severe thunderstorms, that is. But you will be in the clear soon. Someone asked about Greenway. Greenway's up in Clay County, northeast Arkansas. And yes, you are in the clear. What's your take on Ryzen? I'm 9 months pregnant and stressed. I understand. You've got a very strong storm moving in now, okay? You're not under a tornado warning, but there's a circulation to your southwest that we need to watch really close. It's about to get noisy in Ryzen. I haven't seen any updates. Blaine, thank you for the super chat. I just saw that light up on my screen. I completely forgot about those. I haven't seen any info from Lake City, but I heard that some of the damage was pretty bad. That was a violent tornado. Thanks, Billy. Appreciate it. Paragold, you're in the clear. Drew County, can't give you a clear on Drew County because it hasn't really been touched. We'll see how thunderstorms evolve over the next little bit. Gina says that there's injuries reported in Manette, no death. Gas leaks are being reported in and around Lake City and Manette. For those of you who don't know, Lake City, Manette, Leachville was all hit by a violent tornado earlier tonight. I think so in West Memphis. You're under severe thunderstorm warning now, but I think there's no severe weather risk in northwest Arkansas. We're on the other side of the state for tonight, so trying to see what happens with this tornado warning near Fordyce. The polygon is still up. I mean, you can see this thing is wrapped up. You can see the inflow notch. I mean, completely wraps in on itself right through here near Fordyce. Whenever you look at the velocity scan, it's moving into Kingsland now. This isn't the greatest area for radar coverage, but probably really windy in Kingsland right now. And they've issued the tornado warning out. Now, I figured they would. So this does include Ryzen. Let's look at the map real quick on this storm. So this does go all the way out to Star City. So just for county reference purposes, the warning includes sections of Calhoun, a small sliver of Dallas, Cleveland, and Lincoln counties. Okay? And as far as the communities involved, Fordyce, if you travel 79 from Fordyce to Ryzen, you need to be sheltered immediately. If you live in the community of Toledo, if you live in the community of Woodlawn, if you live in the community of Saline, if you live in the community of Staves, if you live anywhere on Highway 79, just north or south of Ryzen, if you live on 35 southeast of Ryzen, I think you're at most risk for this. The circulation is here. And this area, that's Highway 35 that extends out southeast of Rison, and it connects with the 114 interchange that'll take you over to Palmyra and eventually Woodlawn. So if you live in any of the areas that we just talked about, specifically 114 over near Woodlawn, if you live in Rison, if you live on 35 southeast of Rison, you need to be sheltered. If you live in Mount Elba, if you live near the New Hope Missionary Baptist Church, these are all places I'm trying to call out to give you reference points that you're familiar with so you know to shelter. And like I said earlier, this does go all the way out pretty much to Star City. So, it does include Woodlawn. If you live near Star City, if you live on 114 west of Star City at the 530 interchange, this warning includes you. And the warning expires, I think, at, I would probably say it around 10 o'clock. Somewhere around 10 o'clock, yeah. And the text on it is, this is the only tornado warning in the state, so just so we're clear. The text on it says that a tornado warning is issued for Cleveland. We talked about that. Calhoun, Dallas, and west central Lincoln County until 10 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Fordyce. And this storm is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So, Rison, this is your call. Star City, this is your call. Woodlawn, this is your call. Don't know if there's anything on the ground for sure, but it could be soon. Just checking. Yeah, still the only tornado warning. So this is the only show in town when it comes to tornado warnings. We've got storms in central Arkansas that are non-severe. We've got storms in eastern Arkansas that are severe. Mariana, Helena, West Helena, down to DeWitt, and up to dang near to Blytheville. But those are moving over the Mississippi River soon and out of here. People asking about Marion still. I know it's noisy in Marion. You've got a severe thunderstorm right on top of you, but that's about to cross over the Mississippi River soon. Strong winds is the concern. Heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning. Same down here, Forest City down to Haines, Mariana, Rondo, Marvell, St. Charles. Folks, these are just some nasty storms moving through. Just feasting on that storm fuel with strong winds, a lot of rain, and a lot of lightning and thunder. So, I've got to check reports real quick. We're going to zoom back in on the tornado warning for those who might be joining to look at tornado coverage to kind of know what to expect. These are the only tornado warnings in town as of 9:15 p.m. So the warning has been canceled for Thornton, Bearden, and Thornton and Bearden. It now only includes Fordyce, Kingsland, Rison, and areas over to Star City. There's also a flash flood warning that's been issued for it. I don't know at this time if there's anything on the ground. The velocity scans on this are just, it's tough to see much, guys. Like, just being honest, checking on a different tilt. You can see that's a little bit better. We'll look at the storm relative. You can see the rotation here kind of in the Kingsland region. So if you're in Rising, if you live southeast of Rising, certainly need to be on high alert and need to be sheltered. I can't guarantee Ashley County's in the clear right now because you haven't really been touched. It's possible that we have a lack of storm development that moves off to the east, from South Ark, like from Louisiana and off. So that's just something we're just going to have to watch here for a little bit. I do see some pops down here, but I don't see anything definitive, so that's a good sign. Yes, Hot Springs is good to go. Yeah, you're good in Conway. Yeah, guys. This it's just southeast and eastern Arkansas. Jonesboro's good to go. Sorry, guys. I'm sending a report. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of questions still. Guys, the bulk of the activity is now crossing over the Mississippi River from Blytheville down. This activity, the severe thunderstorm warning polygon kind of shuts off here. So storms to the east, so like in Forest City, it's probably still storming, but that stuff is moving off to the east. DeWitt, Rondo, Mariana, Helena, West Helena, Lakeview, you still have to get yours before this crosses the Mississippi River. But if you live west of that line, if you live north of that line, Jonesboro, Paragould, good to go. Stuttgart, Clarendon, Brinkley, the bulk of the activity has moved off to your east. West Memphis, storms are moving through now. They're going to cross the Mississippi River soon. Marion's kind of the same thing. And some of these storms are strong, too, in eastern Arkansas. The only tornado warning that we have right now is this one near Rising. That's the only one we have. And it's kind of situated here between Rising and Kingsland. If you're in Rising, if you live southeast of Rising, if you live in Woodlawn, you need to be sheltered. Star City is technically right on the line, so we'll see if that's expanded. Fordyce is in the clear for now. The circulation has moved off to your east. You're still in the polygon. The sirens are probably still going off. But if you're in Fordyce, the circulation is likely well to your east. Now, it's still going to be storming Fordyce. Forest cities, we kind of just talked about that. You know, storms moving through, about to cross over to the Mississippi River and out of here. So, Lake Village, I unfortunately can't tell you yes or no on that. But we will certainly have to watch for more storms to develop. Where have we had tornadoes tonight so far? We might have had one in North Arkansas earlier today, but we have had numerous in eastern and northeast Arkansas, including a violent tornado near Lake City. We've had several tornadoes. I would venture to say that we've probably had a bunch. Obviously, once damage surveys are done, we'll know more. Is Mountain Home Gasville supposed to be bad tomorrow? For now, I would say not as bad as today could have been for that area. I think the worst of the severe weather risk might be south of I-40 tomorrow. So, let's zoom back in here on this tornado warning. This is the only tornado warning in the show for the entire state at this time. Chrissy, we could have thunderstorms moving into western Arkansas early tomorrow morning. Once we get this tornado warning taken care of, for those of you who stick around, I can go over tomorrow for you and explain kind of what the data looks like for now. So, yeah, if you're in Woodlawn right now, you're under a tornado warning, probably getting really noisy. This is a really strong storm. The circulation is kind of intermingled here near Risen. I really hope everyone in Risen is sheltered. That's kind of the area of interest right now. I don't have confirmation of anything on the ground, but we're watching it close. Sean, I appreciate that, man. I'm just glad people are watching, though. Yeah, Little Rock Air Force Base, you're good to go, Hannah. You should be safe tonight. More storms tomorrow, but for tonight, we'll have storms probably arrive early tomorrow morning, tomorrow midday. So, but as far as severe weather tonight, I'm thinking that most of us will be okay. Yeah, Nicole, it's been a really long day. I'm exhausted. Yeah, you're good. Enjoy her. You're safe. If you're enjoying her, you're good. You can see these nasty storms pushing down in Hughes, Mariana, Rondo, down to Marvell. And this activity it's trying to get to the Mississippi River and out of here. Pine Bluff, yeah, you're good. Pine Bluff, you've got this storm to your south. This tornado warning storm that's kind of tracking off to the east northeast, which you could catch some of this, but for the most part, I think it will stay south of you. Marion, it's storming still, but the bulk of it is getting past Marion. Lone Oak is fine. Woodruff County should be fine. You guys might hear my kiddos in the background. They're supposed to be going to bed, but sometimes going to bed is not always easy. We've got a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, so sorry. Just normal kid stuff. Victoria, there's nothing happening in Searcy. You're good. You can go from Jonesboro to Searcy. You might encounter some showers and storms on the way, but no tornadoes. Arkansas County, yeah, we're dealing with this action in southeast Arkansas County, but for the bulk of it's moving off to the east. Somebody said West Memphis didn't get diddly. Really? Might have spoke too soon. I think you're going to miss the worst of it in West Memphis for sure, but you're going to have some thunderstorms pass through before the night's over. Yeah, Malvern and Benton's fine. You're good to go. There's a donut hole on radar here that I don't like seeing that. This right here. I fear that there's a tornado ongoing and we just don't see it very well. Near Horizon. That was also on a different tilt. Cabot's good. Ward's good. Brinkley's good. Unfortunately, I can't guarantee my Desha County people that you're going to be good. Some of the data kind of had a lack of activity in far southeast Arkansas, so hopefully that trend holds. But so Jill, yeah, it does look like the storm near Horizon. I guess with time it could make it to that area. I think it would stay south of DeWitt, more so towards Star City, maybe to Grady. But we'll watch it together. Yeah, you're good if you're in Fordyce. Fordyce is technically still in the warning polygon, but the circulation responsible for all of this, folks, it's well off to the east here near Horizon. I don't think... I think you're going to be okay. Yeah, if you're in Fordyce, I think you're going to be okay. Now, don't get me wrong. It's still storming in Fordyce. But I have not ate. No, I'll eat here in a little bit. When the last tornado warnings kind of go off, I'll go get some food. It'll be okay. Then I got to try to find some rest before tomorrow. Shannon, I'll go over tomorrow here in just a little bit. I want to kind of get through this warning first and see if we can get rid of it. We will have severe weather chances tomorrow, but it could be a little bit more complex. Thank you. I appreciate it. I wonder if we have two distinct circulations here. It looks like this other circulation, looking at it from a different tilt. It's a tough spot on radar for our state. It's interesting. We'll see how the National Weather Service handles this polygon here soon. It kind of makes me wonder if the bulk of the activity is shifting. It's handing off to the southwest side of the storm, which happens sometimes. If you live in Banks, Warren, Wilmar, or Monticello, you can probably see this storm to the north. This is a beast. A lot of lightning involved. Looking at the echo tops on it, we're talking easily well over 50,000 foot tops on this storm. You could probably see this for miles away. Might be some hail ongoing now in Kingsland, approaching Rising soon. Jen, you can send it to me on Facebook if you follow me there. You can tag me on Twitter. Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate it. Newport's good to go. Yeah, no concern in Newport right now. Yeah, if you don't live in far eastern or southeast Arkansas, really don't have any concern. This storm just won't go away. We're looking at pretty much, it's a more of an isolated segment of storms here, just with an embedded monster of a storm. I feel like this thing has been plaguing us since earlier tonight. It produced tornado warnings down in Miller County, Lafayette County, Ouachita, Calhoun, Columbia. And we've moved through Ouachita counties now to Dallas, Cleveland. It won't go away. It will not go away. I bet, yeah, if somebody said they can see it from Arkadelphia, I bet it's huge. It's a beast. I feel for anybody under it. It's probably noisy, and I would be surprised if it hasn't at some point produced a tornado. It may not be significant or long track, but it's kind of been a pest. And this is the last tornado warning on the board for Arkansas as of 9:30, so I'm really hoping that we don't get any more. I appreciate it, guys, but yeah, I'm definitely not pinning my Cash App or anything like that. I don't. I as long as you guys are here watching and supporting me, I'm comfortable with it. If you want to go to YouTube, you can do the YouTube stuff. They do the super chat stuff, but I'm not putting my Cash App and Venmo. I really appreciate it though. You guys supporting me, following me, watching. That's how you support me, and it means a lot. So right now, we only have one tornado warning. Just kind of give you guys a reset. I apologize if I've gotten quiet. I'm exhausted. It's been a long day. And unfortunately, I think I've got more stuff coming tomorrow. Just to kind of give everyone a reset on what we're going through right now, and I'll get back to the tornado warning. We only have one tornado warning in the state of Arkansas. It is currently 9:35 p.m., Wednesday, April 2nd. We have severe thunderstorms ongoing here in eastern Arkansas. These are about to move over the Mississippi River and out of our lives forever. Thank you, Jesus. We have one tornado warning down here near Cleveland County, Rising, Kingsland, that area, near Star City. And guys, outside of that, that's it. If you live behind this stuff, if you live anywhere in this area, you're good. Okay? So if you're in western Arkansas like me, we're good. We can have a party together. No severe weather concerns right now. We'll have storms tomorrow morning and tomorrow and all that, but we're good right now. If you live in Little Rock, Hot Springs, DeQueen, Texarkana, Arkadelphia, Russellville, Conway, Danville, Clarksville, I could go on and on. Mountain Home, Clinton, Jonesboro, Paragould, Brinkley, Batesville, Searcy, Cabot, you're solid. Okay, get some rest. You're going to need it because we have severe weather chances Thursday, Friday, and maybe Saturday for some of us. Not everyone, but for some of us. My folks in Southeast Arkansas, I know I've got followers from Ashley, Chico, Drew counties, Desha, Union. I wish I could tell you that there's no concern, but right now I don't know. We're going to have to see if anything develops here to the west. Right now, nothing is. So as long as this rising storm goes off to the east, maybe we'll get lucky and we can kind of avoid any more issues. You're going to have storms tomorrow, but as far as tonight goes, perhaps you can avoid more problems. But for right now, as of 9:37 p.m., the only tornado warning in the state and the only tornado concern for now is the storm near Risen, Kingsland, Star City, and so on. The National Weather Service just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this that goes all the way out to Grady, Gould, southeast of Pine Bluff, so southeastern Jefferson County. So perhaps, and I don't know for sure, I don't have access to the National Weather Service chat with me, but maybe they're going to try to let this storm move off to the east-northeast with just a severe thunderstorm warning. They might be also just doing that for a precautionary due to hail potential and strong winds. Never mind, they just canceled the tornado warning. Hallelujah. Man, I needed to see that. So, officially, it's 9:38 p.m. There are no tornado warnings in the state of Arkansas for the first time in what feels like an eternity. Just a few severe thunderstorm warnings. Folks, if you live in this area, so south of Pine Bluff, this storm means business. The one near Risen, Star City, you take it serious. But for now, if you're in the shelter, you can come out. I wouldn't go outside because this storm is nasty. A lot of lightning, a lot of rain. And then my eastern Arkansas people from Memphis down, Mariana, Lakeview, Elaine, Helena, West Helena, areas like North Tunica. You have storms moving through, but those are going to be crossing the Mississippi soon and out of our lives forever. So, and I see the storms in Little Rock and Mayflower and Conway, guys. That's just backside activity. I mean, that's going to happen as this continues off to the east. If you guys want, I can go over tomorrow with you real quick, and we can go over the risk for tomorrow. And then I'm probably going to get off here and have dinner because I haven't ate since like 11. So let me go over it with you real quick. That way, for those of you overachievers who've been here all day, we'll know what to expect. So this is the HRRR, which I felt like did a really good job today. So we'll see how it does for tomorrow. But this has storm activity moving through the evening hours tonight. You can see it kind of just lingers activity. I think a lot of this, some of it might be strong, but I think most of it down in South Arkansas, this is at 6 a.m. Not too bad. Unfortunately, we'll have storms moving back into western Arkansas tomorrow morning. This is at 7 a.m. 6, 7, 8 a.m. We've got more storms moving west, and these storms might be noisy, might be loud. A lot of rainfall, thunder, and lightning. I think the severe weather risk with this is fairly low. If you look at the instability, it's way down here in Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi. So these storms up here to the north might be more elevated, perhaps producing some hail maybe, but noisy. Headed off to school in the morning, bringing the kiddos out, bring some rain gear, grab that umbrella because most of us will be dealing with rain, it's likely. And this kind of continues through the afternoon hours. You can see there might be lulls at times. This is around lunch. And then as we go through the afternoon hours, this is where the severe weather risk starts to really increase, okay? And this model is very bullish in keeping that risk way south, okay? Now I want to stress something. It has the warm front across mainly our southern rows of counties, okay? So this would exclude a large part of Arkansas from a severe weather risk. Little Rock, Fort Smith, Northwest Arkansas, Jonesboro, you're missing this. But if you live in Lake Village, if you live in El Laredo, if you live in Monticello, you're in a very unstable environment, folks. That's 3,800 values Cape. That's a lot of storm fuel. The significant tornado parameters, very high. And this model has storms that form very close to that front. So it's going to be a hit or miss thing if we have storms that latch onto that boundary. especially south of the boundary, the tornado risk could be higher. I haven't looked at the NAM. I don't know what its solution is like for tomorrow. I feel like that's, I don't know, pretty similar. It has it well shoved into South Arkansas, so I think the severe weather risk could be shaved some, because like dew points in 50s and the 40s and stuff like this, folks, that's not supportive of severe weather up in North Arkansas. I think the bulk of it will be well south of Interstate 40. So I hope that gave you a little bit of an insight on what you can expect for tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow is a big giant nothing burger. Our state does not need it. But then we have another risk on Friday that we'll have to watch, and then another risk possible on Saturday for mainly southeastern Arkansas on Saturday, I think. So it's been a rough day for our state. Some people have had a lot of damage. So make sure to keep your thoughts and stuff for people tonight, because some of you might have been lucky, but some haven't been so lucky tonight. We've had some tornadoes. We've had some nasty storms. So with us just having severe thunderstorm warnings on the board, I think I'm going to hop off and go eat dinner. I'm going to stay up for a little while and watch storms, but I have to get some sleep because we have storms tomorrow moving in early. I'm worried this rising storm is going to end up going tornado warned again right before I'm trying to get off. I don't know. I think I'm going to hop off though, guys. I'm really tired and I'm ready to eat something. So if we have more pertinent information that needs pushed out, I'll have posted on my Facebook page and Twitter and stuff. And then of course tomorrow, if we have any live coverage necessity for South Arkansas tomorrow afternoon, I'll be live on here as well. So stay tuned, stay prepared. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully things go the good way for us tomorrow, not like today. And then hopefully again on Friday we can kind of skate by, and we'll see you on Saturday. So my name is Zachary Hall, otherwise known as the Arkansas Storm Tracker. Thank you guys so much for watching, trusting, and supporting me. It means everything. And I will catch you